Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, mud water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Today, it is Cuddle Black Men 2022. No. Today we're going to talk about healing generally. Let's start. The reason I'm talking about this is multifold. First of all, I think in an attempt to process emotions live, I might have inadvertently caused pain to some people who are watching, and there's a feeling that the community cannot help itself, and that this is not a community, and things like that. And for people who have come to that conclusion, I am not attempting to change your mind. Actually, I just want it not to be based on things that I've said. Um, I've been interacting with a lot of people online who I've never interacted with in real life. And because of that, I'm coming to certain realizations in real time. And I don't think it's fair for me to come to those realizations and articulate it publicly. I think it's important that I step back, think about what I'm doing before I talk about the ideas that I'm coming to. I'm here. This is a great topic. If you open the panel and I'm able to, I would love to come up. I am coming lamb right now. I think you're cooking lamb right now. I had jerk chicken. I worked from home because I am sick. But I had the opportunity to like make jerk chicken and cabbage and curry chicken. And so I had that and rice. You said cooking lamb. No, I get you. I knew you were saying cooking lamb. So I made a Jamaican meal, and I was very excited. Um, all right. So the reason I'm doing this is thank you, by the way, Sin, and thank you to everyone here. Um, the reason I'm doing this again is because I do not want to be the cause of people feeling hopeless. And I did a lot of research. I am not a psychologist. I wish now, because when I did a class that I liked in undergrad in uni, I would just turn it into a major or a minor. And so, even though I graduated in 4 years, there's a whole bunch of major and minors added that were unnecessary. I wish I'd made psychology either a major or a minor, well, I guess it's quadruple majors I would have been doing then, because it's so fascinating. So I had to go and do a ton of work on the psychological front to be able to do this and give the benefit of the doubt. So I am going to open up the panel, and I'm going to do so hopefully after 15 minutes, because the theoretical part of this should not take longer than 15 minutes, hopefully. I'm extremely sick. I hope you guys cannot tell, but I'm extremely sick and weak. And I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but this is fun for me right now. This hopefully will cause hope or whatever else. Nicole says, ready for this. Um, Thank you, Nicole. I'm ready too. Finji says, mine is psychology and criminal justice. Okay, so there are people here who definitely have the background to be able to talk about this. All right. So I decided to talk to my therapist, and then I read this book again. Um, this is my second time reading this book. Now, I will admit to going through it quickly. We're going to use some of the theories in this book, but not everything. I've announced that I was reading this book before. I finished it. I'm now rereading it, and I'm excited. So I'm going to be relying heavily on this because I am not a psychologist. Um, so I'm excited. So that's the intro. Love for a mentor. Hey, how are you? Thank you so much. Thank you. Jazzy, welcome to the membership. The membership dance. All right. Actually, before we start, I haven't read it yet. It's okay. I've been pushing a ton of books on you guys, and I apologize for that. Before we start, let's do some foolishness before we get into meaningful stuff. So this right here, this lady tweeted, I have a married friend who is the breadwinner in her dynamic, which is fine, whatever. All right. So this person does not actually mean this is fine. And I love the slide shade, which is fine, whatever. Anyway, she finally got an amazing job, a huge raise in salary. My man and I wanted to celebrate her and her husband was high rolling the entire night, talking about, I don't see the big deal, hater energy. All right. This is why I don't give advice, because my advice to that friend is to leave. That would have been my my advice is to leave. If you cannot even pretend to be proud of the person who is being the provider in your relationship, my advice would be to leave. And so I don't give advice because my advice is like, no, absolutely not. In any case, I just wanted to bring that to you, and I will continue. I literally can't give advice because literally my entire advice is just leave. You if you can't even pretend to be happy for me, no. All right, let's get into the meat of this video. Demons and thoughts, yes, I wasn't ready. Heavy has me like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, no. Heavy and thick, I think, are really good reads. And I'm excited for a live stream on beauty, which is going to be on Friday. All right, let's get into this. So, the Western world, and we can talk specifically about the United States now, have a really bad history when it relates to Black people. The problem with all the theories that comes out of slavery and what has happened to the Black spirit and Black people and all of that, the issue with most of these theories has to do with the Black woman, because they were able to transcend ideas of beauty and white superiority in large part. So when we think about the Black community in its relation to slavery, there is a question about whether or not the Black community is specifically referring to Black men or actually the Black community, which includes Black women and children, right? So as I was doing the research for this live, one of the things I kept in mind is the prohibition on sort of getting educated for slaves, right? And how that could show up in an unwillingness to get schooling today, but that does not include Black women. Why? Why would a theory about the exclusion of people's access to education during slavery, leading to people not wanting to be educated in the present, not point out the big exclusion, which is Black women? I'm going to get into that. And I need you guys to keep that in mind as we move forward. Now, there are studies coming out of MIT about epigenetics. And I don't know if you guys study epigenetics or know anything about it. The one thing I need you to know here, and I'm trying to not make this really dense, is that the conclusion, and this again is an MIT study, it was actually looking at Holocaust survivors, and the studies looked at what could happen to a person after they've experienced a tremendous amount of trauma. The conclusion is that environment can influence genes, right? And trauma can be transmutated and transmitted, so it can be transformed, but also transmitted from generation to generation on a genetic level. This is quite concerning. Now, if you have such a conclusion, one would imagine that the field of epigenetics would be more robust in terms of research regarding how the environment and people's behavior can impact genetics, to what level, to what extent. A lot of those questions are still unanswered, right? I am not here to answer it. I'm just here to let you know and keep in mind that the conclusion, at least coming out of MIT, is that your environment and action can have an impact on a genetic level. All right, that out of the way. I want to read, if I can find the book, I want to read on page 103. I'm going to read something to you. So on page 103, it says, the slave family existed only to serve the master, and in order to survive physically, psychologically, and socially, the slave family had to develop a system which made survival possible under degrading conditions. The slave society prepared the young to accept exploitation. I'm going to read that again. The slave society prepared the young to accept exploitation and abuse, to ignore the absence of dignity and respect for themselves as Black. The social, emotional, and psychological price of the adjustment is well known. It goes on to say, in many families, the father is dominant. Who was the dominant male in a slave's life? The master was figuratively, if not literally, the father. It was the master who, more often than not, became the imprint for male parental behavior, and this imprint was passed down through the generations. At its foundation, this imprint was dominated by the necessity to control others through violence and aggression. All right, so while this is a factual matter, there is a lot that we can still consider today. If we accept certain theories about sustained trauma for over 300 years having an impact today, when it comes to fatherhood, I am not making a claim yet. Is it possible that, I don't want to say conquered, let's say men who have experienced this kind of trauma have resorted to not wanting or not understanding their role. And even if you understand your role on a mental level, on an emotional level, and by mental, I mean a sort of intellectual, knowledgeable sort of level, not on an emotional and maybe even spiritual level, what it means to connect with the child, right? Can that be passed down? And is it the case, again, no judgment being made yet, is it the case that because of what fatherhood looked like during slavery, that fatherhood currently is still a sort of representation of that which took place during slavery, where the man, the Black man who was made to be a sort of breeder of some sorts, did not have to take and did not have the power to claim the mantle of fatherhood. Could that have an impact today? Who is to be blamed? Why is anyone to be blamed? How do you retrain someone's mind? Is it your role to retrain people's mind? How do we even start having that conversation with men? Because I don't think anyone is willing to accept being dominated, even while complaining about the domination of the majority group. So it's interesting on one level. And when we get to self esteem, we can discuss this more in depth. When we get to the sort of self esteem, I'm going to re ask the question, how someone said I'm making excuses. You guys do not know me if you think I'm making excuses. Um, Let me come out of this theoretical framework to address the chat. I don't make excuses, not for myself or anyone else. I will attempt to explain things. I said to keep in mind certain things at the beginning, which I will not repeat yet. If you cannot keep in mind what I told you to keep in mind at the beginning, and somehow you are just going to disregard what I'm saying now because it doesn't fit a narrative, I can let that go. Like I'm not going to explain with the notion of a bias in mind. I'm going to explain a theory the way I think the theory should be explained. I could be wrong. And when the panel opens up, you can come on and explain to me why I am wrong. I refuse, however, to pretend like there is not uh, a scholarship article, there is not evidence that suggests a kind of explanation that you definitely should triumph, right? Even if this is somehow your nature, you either rise above your nature or be a slave to that nature, right? So, can we wait? And maybe my streams are too long to the end to make your judgment on me regarding this. But I promise you, I am not going to come to a conclusion just because you want me to come to a conclusion. It's never going to happen. So I do appreciate the likes, the subscribers, all of that, but I am not going to bias my content for anyone's pleasure ever. So when I do have research, please let me present the research, then give my opinion on the research. And you guys obviously always get to give your opinion on said research. All right. All right. The question is, if there is a problem, and I think obviously there is a problem. Everyone is saying there is a problem. So there is a problem. And when we think about the ways in which young Black children have internalized sort of inferiority, we could look to what J.P. Connors wrote um, about the slaves and how they were taught to be subjugated, how they were taught to not be proud of their blackness, how they were taught to not really fight for human dignity, and that was a means of survival. Now, if you waited, we'd get to this. How did the Black woman's evolution, if we want to call it that, in the United States still maintain a dignity in Blackness, in what they prefer to date, what they choose to procreate with, who they choose to uplift in their partners, whereas it might not be the same for the opposite gender, Black men, right? Why did that happen? And maybe you don't believe it did. And for the men or women here who do not believe that there was a difference, a divergence in terms of outcome for Black men and Black women, even if we want to stem it back to slavery, please come up and explain that. Not the Mr. Strapping tonight. I am not. All right. So that's the first part of this. Someone said the misogynoir starting again today. The question about why is important. I'm going to ask. Actually, let's open the panel now because I think a lot of people are kind of upset, and I don't. I wanted to do a 15 minutes intro, and now it's 18 minutes. So let me add you guys. I will continue with the theory in a moment. Because I do not want to shut you guys out of the conversation. All right, so if you pin. All right, I'm not for everyone. Go ahead. By the way, for those who want to come on, I'm putting the link there for people who have a disagreement of sorts. Go ahead. I'm not for everyone.
Oh, I can be in the back. It's fine. I just wanted to make sure what Lego said. That's misandry noir, right? Because I think you said massage noir. I think.
I think they want to say misogyny or
Oh, well, it's like the same as Sandry Noir, but oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually want someone who believes in um misandry to come up, because I do actually want to talk about I want to talk about kind of why people come to that conclusion, and I need to talk to people about that. All right, go ahead, UG Rose.
Oh, I was brought in too quick. Hi, famous. How are you?
Doing well. By the way, the link is for people who are disagreeing. And before I move on, I just want to give people a chance to push back. I don't really see what there is to push back against yet, because I don't feel like I've said anything yet. But for people who want to push back against anything that I say, please do so.
Let me listen for context. I'm sorry. I agree.
But what did you want to say, by the way?
I just kind of don't understand how we're already coming at the argument before an argument has fully been like fleshed out. Like, I'm not coming for anybody at all, but like part of us actually like coming up with any kind of like remedy for why we are where we are is actually like taking the time to not like obsess over, but like kind of flesh out
Yeah,
how we got here in the first place, like the origins, and then we can figure out the remedy. But that's just me. I'm sorry.
yeah. For the was it Let Go? I don't remember who Let Go or Lego. I don't know. The link is there. If you want to come up, please come up. For the moderators, this person does not get to comment again in the chat. Please remove them from the chat if they do not come up. I don't like the whole like keyboard warrior thing. If you have something to say, I open the panel up just for disagreement. So please feel free to come up and disagree. All right,
Let me
let's.
step down because I agree. Okay.
Thank you. All right. So that's the someone said. Jeannie says, "Is Themis gay or?" Not y'all talking about homosexuality today. Um, be the healing. Heal for something to heal. I think there needs to be a kind of diagnosis. At least there should be some level of diagnosis. Um, the question is, why should we heal? And I have to answer it in a lot of parts. By the way, this is brought to you by Erica. The reason I'm doing this live stream at all is because I watch um, the reason I'm doing this is because I watched Erica's video, and there was, I apologize, Erica, if this is not what you meant. There was a sense of hopelessness when it came to the community. This is not again to dissuade you or anything like that, but I wanted to talk about whether or not Black men are willing to heal. And I don't think it's Black women's duty to help Black men heal. Not anymore. That's my position. Um, the the reason I'm thinking about healing right now is the language, right? The language against the Black community and defining whiteness as somehow superior to Blackness, at least, right? When it comes to the Black men speaking about Blackness and whiteness online, my question is, how do we change that language, and how do Cynthia says no, they're not. How do we change that language? Is it possible to change that language? And why is it that the language is being divorced from sort of white supremacy? Why is it that the language is being divorced from sort of slavery? The ultimate problem I have is that the people who are espousing the sort of white supremacist ideas and talking down about the Black community and Black women specifically are doing so without admitting to directly leaning into white supremacy, right? So, how do we do that? There is an acceptance, I believe, of futility, right? and despair. And one of the problems I have and why we do need to heal is this futility and despair is being modeled by parents and then adopted by children. This, by the way, is what post traumatic slave syndrome is about. It's about other things, but it's ultimately about how do we pass generational traumas from one generation to the next. And one of the ways we do that is how we model behavior. So if we are accepting futility and despair as a way of navigating the world as adults, our children unfortunately adopt these ideas. So, how do we move past that? How do we talk about the negative impact of these ideas on the children, but not only talk about that, how do we start to model new identity when it comes to Blackness and how to uplift the Black community, Black children, and ourselves first, right? The ways in which we navigate the world have a profound impact on the people looking at us, not to mention the people who look up to us. That responsibility, while you might not want it, is something that you have ultimately. Now, what do you do with it? How do you change the ways in which you perceive yourself? This is outside the context of the system, which it might a lot of people might be upset about operating to change one's identity outside of the system because the system is to be blamed for literally everything in a lot of people's mind. But this is what we have to do because we're not going to overthrow the system. So how do we not only work in said system but thrive, right? Can we, in a quote unquote white supremacist system, can we do that? All right. So how do we heal? Unfortunately, I think the literature on this is extraordinarily lazy. What I mean by this, everything goes back to the family and the two-parent family and all of that. I think these ideas are subpar. Bringing up the family every few seconds to talk about a nuclear two-parent family is kind of ridiculous now because we get what the research says. What the research doesn't go further into in terms of qualitative studies is what kind of family, what should the father be and what should the mother be, how should they engage with the children, how should they engage with each other. And I think so often people think it's not the quality of the marriage, orange pill, but it is that you are married. It's not the quality of the relationship or the family, but rather it is a family, so that you have a family. But that can't be true. Like we saw Ti and Tiny's child and how probably shouldn't use the word degenerate ever again, but how that person acted. So it's not just a family, it is a kind of family, it's a kind of man, it's a kind of woman, it's a kind of other men, other women, depending on your sexual persuasion. It is a kind of relationship. It's not just that there is a relationship. I have never agreed with you more. Oh, thank you, concerned. I appreciate that. So, the family is a solution. How do we accommodate a good family? And how do we make sure that we don't accommodate bad behaviors and bad actors in said family? I don't like the simple solution is family. That puts too much burden on people, but also it doesn't give a clear direction on what the family structure should look like. So I have a problem with this. But before we get into my problems with the family, and I'm going to allow people to come on quickly, the other thing that I want to talk about here is the learned helplessness. So, what is learned helplessness? It is the results, I think, of years of trauma. It is also a decision some people make. It's also, unfortunately, a reality for so many people. I cannot continue talking without pointing out the juxtaposition that exists when we compare Black men to Black women and other races of men and women and their interaction. So it seems that learned helplessness is not something that is ingrained in the Black woman's mind, yet it's also yet it is ingrained in the Black man's mind. And I do want us to theorize on why that is. Before we continue, let me explain what learned helplessness is. So, do you guys understand this idea of despondency and anxiety? Right, despondency and anxiety. Um, this idea that comes about, it's the feeling you get when you don't feel like you're in control of the conditions and systems that affect you, right? And so when you don't feel like you have control, you have this feeling of sort of despondency. And for a lot of people, there's a high level of anxiety that comes with it, right? And why? This perceived independence between performance and outcome, right? So if you perceive that there is some level of independence, not even some level, there is a complete independence of that which you do versus that which will happen. If you do not believe that your action can impact the outcome, then you have learned helplessness because you don't act in a way to change the outcome. I think this is extraordinarily generous. I actually do believe this is extraordinarily generous as a theory. The reason I think this is generous as a theory is it presumes that the person who is refusing to act believes that their action cannot change the outcome. While I believe this is true for some people, I actually believe there are people who do believe that their action could change the outcome, but they think that it would take too much action on their part, actions that they don't plan on doing in order to change said outcome. Right? So, on one hand, it could be you don't act because you don't believe your action will change the outcome, and or you don't act because you don't want to do that which it would take to change the outcome. I hope that made sense. Someone said that's called laziness. I mean, wait, let me cough. Oh. All right, let me read page 64, and then we'll go on. I'm almost ready, by the way. I am almost ready. Page 164. All right. So if you go to page 164, as if we're reading together, in terms of learned helplessness, it says, how does learned helplessness work? Let's say, for example, that there is a guarded door or gate that people have for many years been brutally beaten from approaching. Further, whenever anyone actually made it to the door was locked. Years pass, and eventually, there is no longer anyone guarding the door. In fact, the door is no longer locked and is even ajar. Still, no one will, still, someone will not approach the door even though it is open, and even though encouraged to walk through. They may even invent reasons why they shouldn't attempt to walk through the door. I am not going through the door because someone will stop me on the other side. Some might argue that since others whom they perceive to be wiser or stronger could not get through in the past, they shouldn't try to go through either. This kind of thinking is the result of vicarious learned helplessness. I hope that made sense. And someone said defeat for sure. um, I'm trying to not use certain language, but the idea remains the same. It is after you've been trained for so many years to not go for something going forward seems impossible, even if you weren't a part of the generations prevented from doing it, because you've learned through action, words, interaction with people who might not have been through it, but because of passed down sort of generational approach to the world, you now have beliefs that you don't even understand, right? So, fear, instead of saying defeat for sure, fear could be one. But I don't really want to give too much credit here, because I do want people to come up and um, challenge these ideas. Some of them I do not hold. So I haven't given a full opinion yet. All right, I am. What say
Oh,
you?
oh, hello everyone. So, I'm just going to respond to the whole epigenics aspect of it. So I read, well, college several years ago, there was this article claiming that third generation and higher American immigrants, that's including Black immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, were no different in terms of socioeconomic success um, from their non-immigrant counterparts, like Black, the third Black non-immigrant counterparts or Hispanic non-immigrant counterparts. That makes sense. So for me, that kind of weakens the epigenetics argument, because even second generation gets more and more similar to like the African American, whatever. So that indicates it's more of like a cultural thing. As we become more absorbed into America, something is happening. But yeah, that's just my introduction. And the article is Sakamoto, Amaro, Wang, and Nelson, called The Socioeconomic Attainment of Second Generation Nigerian and Other Black Americans, Evidence from Current Population Survey 2009 to 2019. Well, this is a different article, but I just found something similar. So, yeah.
All right, can you send me that article? If you're up here, you can do it in the private chat.
All right, will do.
Thank you. So whether or not you believe in learned helplessness is not a my solution is a culture of female husbands. Black women are helping other Black women financially, not a sexual relationship. African American culture, you say. Dean, I feel like you have something to say. And if you have something to say, please feel free to come up and say that which you have to say. All right. So the way out of this sort of learned helplessness is self-efficacy, right? What is self-efficacy and how do you get it, right? It is the opposite, obviously, of learned helplessness. It's the idea that that which you do, like you have power over yourself and ultimately over your outcome. So how can you fully engage in your humanity to really meaningfully cause change more globally, but specifically in your community? How do we do this? It is difficult, because how do you demonstrate this? By the way, is how you do it. How do you demonstrate positive change in one's life based on one's action, right? How do you prove to someone that they do have control over themselves if they don't believe they do? The problem is, I do actually think a lot of people believe they have control over themselves. I don't think that's ultimately the problem. The problem is whether or not they will get up and actually engage the way they should to self-actualize, whatever that means for them. How do we give responsibility? How do we give responsible? How do we give responsibility? How do we hold people accountable? And how do we make sure that people are not able to slack off and not live up to their potential? Ultimately, this is how you get people to engage in self-efficacy. Not a difficult thing in theory. Someone said, waiting for the day Themis gets sick of him. Wait, get sick of who? Wait, I'm thinking you guys say you're waiting for the day I get sick of Dean. The truth is, and hopefully this works, but it won't. At bottom, at the bare minimum, Black people are survivors, right? So how do we move from merely surviving to thriving? And the answer to that most scholars agree lies in self-efficacy, believing in oneself and the ability for us to push forward. Now, I think that ignores systems, and I'll explain that in a moment, but we'll get into it. Um, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce your name. Can you pronounce your name for me?
It's Ifoma.
Ifoma?
Yes, it's
All right, go
Nigerian.
ahead.
I suppose I am getting ahead of myself by responding to this, but there are two things. The example with the door finally being open and folks not walking through because they're so bound in their bondage assumes quite a few things. It assumes the systems, as you're about to talk about, and the surrounding uh, things or whatever that could affect the people who are within that bondage stay still. That the only change in that environment is that door being left ajar with no one to guard it. And that's not reality. Secondly, the
Wait, wait, wait,
scholarly
wait, wait, wait,
push.
wait. I think you're taking that too literally.
I probably am, to make my point as part of the theory. I'm going with the theory and writing that way, but I know it is being literal. I am being literal on purpose.
No, no, no. I mean, I do appreciate the nuance, right? Because there are still blockage to upward mobility, right?
Exactly, and which
Right.
goes to my second point, which is that the whole self-efficacy and individualistic is still very much a Eurocentric way of looking at the whole pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, putting the onus and the burden on the individual to fix societal and systemic issues that transcend the actual individual's lived reality at the present moment.
I mean, so first we would have to accept the system as a problem, right? And then second, we would have to
Exactly.
try to address the system. The thing is,
Yes, collectively.
yeah, but collectively, that's not going to happen.
Exactly. So we're back to square one. Collectively, there has to be a collective
No, 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 no.
metamorphosis to
Wait.
move on.
It's not just collectively, in terms of we need to mobilize to get there collectively, because if that's not going to happen, there needs to be an alternative. The question is, can you survive and also thrive in the system the way that it is currently as an individual?
Yes, you can.
Wait, all
And
right.
that brings up the other part about
Wait, no.
how.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
So,
Sorry.
question ultimately about the door being open is that if your fundamental issue is that there is a system in place that's preventing you from upward mobility, then the answer to this question should be yes, but we know it's no. Here's the question. If you cannot get into a school, is that racism?
What school? In what neighborhood? How much you got?
No. I am so glad you answered because that showed a high level of intelligence. Here's the problem. You can blame racism for not getting into one school, in one neighborhood, in one place, but you cannot blame it for not getting into any school in 2022.
Correct. Especially in a globalized economy and reality.
Yeah, no, and the way you answered it shows a high level of thought, but ultimately, like you might have to work twice as hard to get half as far. Cliche, I know it is what it is, throw the tomatoes. But ultimately, the question is if we cannot overthrow said system or change the system, then if we are working in the system, is it the problem that we are internalizing some of our past, our ancestors' trauma, so much so that we're ignoring the opportunities for upward mobility? I'm not making a judgment, I'm asking a question.
It is perhaps possible that we are to some extent doing that. But I think I want to answer this going to my other point regarding collective uplift or collective effort. Collective effort. When folks mention that, there's an implication, innate implication that it has to do with homogeneous collective uplift. We are in a global society. Our struggles are mirrored in other different types of societies. Perhaps it is time to look up and see who the allies are and see what we can do. And I think that might help with the hopelessness that sometimes we end up feeling, is because we feel like this is only us that's going through it. And in this present day, which is completely different than the 20th and the 19th and, all those centuries ago, this is our reality. We are more accessible to each other across the globe. What does that look like in terms of collective togetherness to, figure this thing out, so to speak?
Yeah. Someone says, "Wow, I barely catch these live. Last time I was here, you all coming at my neck because you thought I was a dusty." Well,
Thank
thank
you
you
for
so
letting
much.
me speak.
No, I appreciate that. Obviously, I appreciate dissenting opinions. So, by the way, if you guys come up as respectful as she was, you guys get respect just as a key point of interaction.
And by the way, I'm dissenting on principle. I love debate, and so I just needed a chance to, debate with somebody who I have high esteem for. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, Lynn. Before you go, actually, Lynn, I'm going to put you in the back. Let me just wrap this up quickly because we do have some videos I need to get into. The framework is now almost 50 minutes, and I meant to only have it for 15 minutes because in my mind, I thought I could have run through this quickly, so I apologize. So to wrap up the theoretical portion of this video, and you guys can definitely refer back to the theory. I think ultimately for self-actualization, for independence, power, that kind of stuff, I do ultimately believe that self-esteem needs to be taught. The problem is, how do you build self-esteem in people who don't believe or don't know that they lack it, right? How do you think about personal worth and value, and how do you impute that into a group that will tell you that they are not lacking in that area, and that will vehemently oppose you if you try to tell them that there is an issue, a self-esteem issue, right? Let me see what Dean is saying, because people are mad at Dean in the comments and saying I'm protecting him. I don't think Carl was saying you called him Dusty. It was probably the chat box. No, yeah, I know Key did. I low key didn't though. I said Black women need to stop catering to their sons and treating their daughters like sh. All right. How do you take control of your inner world? And ultimately, the question of nature, I don't care about, because even if your nature is to reproduce and be kings and go around and populate the world, you are either in control of your nature, you've overcome it, you have evolved enough to be in control, or you are subject to it, which if you're subject to it, you don't need to be leading anyone. Like, you don't need to be talking to anyone. All right, so let's go, Lynn. Lynn, I can't hear you. KP, I don't know if you can hear me, but your device is not connecting. So that. Cynthia G says, Dean needs to call up the next time I go live. Dean says, Miss Cynthia, I don't want those problems. Wait, so Dean, you can be over here twerking, but all right, I see you. So maybe, actually, I would like for you to come up, Dean. And so I need to know why people are upset with you. because I haven't been following the chat that closely. Lynn, apologies. I'm going to have to remove you because we're not hearing anything from you. So I've been binge watching, and he always have my name in his mouth. uh, this is a problem, right? You get me talking about people, and then when they show up, you have nothing to say. This is a problem. This is a problem. All right, but let's continue. So, as I was researching for this idea of healing and self love for Black men, I came across this video and I was very disappointed. Now, what I'm Natim is scooping that comment up before he deleted. Period. Ain't nobody got time for the foolishness. Um, um, so I'm going to play this. These are people call me and say, hey, you're not listening to good Black men speak. You're not actually listening to people who are reasonable. And I thought, you know what? You send me who is reasonable. And when it came to this topic, I reached out to someone who reached out to me to tell me who I need to listen to. And this is what they came back with. So let's watch together. This is about self-love and healing for Black men. Sassy Brown, welcome. Membership dance. All right, Lynn came back. Can you speak now, Lynn? Can you mute me? All right. All right. I'm gonna remove you. I'm sorry, Lynn. All right. So here we go.
Okay. He's probably he's one of my mentors.
Oh, got you.
He said the admissions of ignorance is the beginning of wisdom. As a community, you know. I think we're in a as Black people as a whole. I think we're still in a place of healing as a community. You know, we had a pretty traumatic start in this country.
We did.
Like if you look at the whole of us and look at the whole as one, you know, it's like, you know, imagine a human being who spent their first 25 years, and if we're talking the 400-year history, and they spent as a person, they're 40, in their first 25 years, they were abused and held captive. And then you just let them out into the world. And then they're like, for the next 15 years, they're trying to figure out how to be. And you have all of these broken, like he was saying. So we are at a point now where like looking into that stuff is something that we got to do more. Because I'm not sure that enough of us seek that kind of help. Enough of us go back into those traumas, into whatever may have happened, whether our family was broken or what.
But if I can challenge you a little bit on that, though, I have a different perspective.
Right.
You know,
All right. So I don't know why people do this. I feel like y'all just want to set yourself up, or maybe set me up to be the bad guy, because I don't want to be the one to break this to you, because nothing that was said thus far goes to healing and self-love. All we've heard thus far are excuses, right? Or maybe you take my approach and say their explanation, but ultimately it did not get to how do you heal and create quote unquote self-love. First, we have to accept that you're lacking self-love and healing and that you need those things. And so they're really bad at analogies. It's actually quite perplexing to me, but that's neither here nor there. So nothing I've heard thus far attempts to even explain where we needed to get self-love from or anything like that. But let's continue, because there's one person that I agree with.
been grown up, you know, differently. Didn't grow up in this country, but to the point you make, you know, there are a lot of Black men or just Black people in general who say exactly what you just said and are not able to reconcile that dynamic, especially, you have Black men who will say exactly what you just said, but yet are going around, having multiple kids with, multiple women. So at some point, the question of accountability also, because I think that there's always another side to the coin, which is we, for all of the trauma that you speak of, in terms of the history of Black people in this country, there's still, we know better.
Of course,
That we should be able to. So
Before we continue, can we take a moment to step back and really appreciate this moment, right? So this man is like, all right, you can. He said, while y'all up here talking about all the problems that happened in the past, can we talk about the issues happening now? Like, there has to be responsibility for actions. You can't just be running around having all kinds of children with all kinds of women and leaving and pretending like you're not responsible for your action, right? Now, he's not American, and he does do a disclaimer, and it's a very strange thing. I need warnings at Demon so I can act right. So it's interesting because he didn't want to say it. It felt hard for him to say. He was struggling with it because I think he did not know how to say it directly. Someone said he has to be Nigerian, LOL. I'm not putting that, what someone said took Black men out of the home. I'm not putting that on the screen, but I see you. So it's interesting because, again, on a panel about healing and love and all of that, about self, instead of saying these are the things we need to do to self actualize, to heal, to become one, which ultimately I think is back to knowing that you can and choosing to do it, all they gave were excuses. So thankfully, he stepped up and said, "No, we have to take some accountability right now. Like we can't just do that. Like we can't just blame everything on the past. We need to take some level of accountability." But will that happen? Will that be the prominent voice on this panel? The answer is no. So here's what actually happened. Here is the rest of it.
you can't. And that it's not to undermine or diminish the experience and the trauma, but I think there's enough information, especially in today's world. There's enough information at our fingertips. With, if you can afford an iPhone or.
Okay, I'm not a body language expert, and I have already watched this, but I knew immediately when I saw him, his face, I knew he was not going to let it go. I knew he was going to push back. I knew there was not going to be any accountability. I felt it coming.
Whatever, there's enough information to educate yourself that there's certain things that you can avoid doing, and
That's
so you
true,
can't.
but I agree. Look, man, this is you may know something here, but if something is in here, it does not matter, bro.
Right. No,
Like
exactly
that
what I was
thing,
gonna say.
if a thing happens to you when you're 4, 5, 6, 7, and you make a choice, this is what happens to it. We make choices when we're 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, based on a thing that might have happened, a thing that we saw in our community. I remember in my community, none of the dads were around. It was just a thing that was sort of ingrained. So while I might grow up and be like,
in your core.
oh yeah, and I might be like, oh, I'm gonna be this amazing. There's something in our subconscious that maybe, especially if it's not dealt with. That's why I was agreeing with him. It's about dealing. It's not about not being accountable, because absolutely, I'm with you on that. But this thing that's ingrained that we fail to kind of go back and deal with, to root it out and like figure out why we're doing that. I think that's where the
exactly,
point is being
and it's kind of like fitness. Everybody knows what to eat.
right. Yeah.
You know how many fitness DVDs and ads and websites that you can go?
YouTube, it's
Nobody
everywhere.
will ever eat a cake and say, I know this shit is good for my stomach. You would never do that. But it's just rooted for gluttonous. It's just rooted for you to be a pig. In America, because you're constantly being advertised these things. You're after you finish eating, you're watching TV.
So he's an actor of sorts. It's not just excuses. It's almost like I am not going to change because it's ingrained in me. Like the conversation is ultimately about healing. How do you heal? We know the problem. How do we heal? And they're just like, when this man on the end says, hey, you can't be running around having children. You can't do this. You can't do that. They're going to say, well, we're pigs and you can know what to do up here, but you don't have to do it here. And true. But the issue is about solution. We are trying to get solutions. We're trying. I just don't understand. Just like, no, I wasn't trying to be shady. I wasn't trying to be shady. Y'all dead wrong. So it's interesting to me that a conversation, not even about accountability or anything like that, but about how do we as Black men heal, comes back to, well, I mean, we know what to do, but we're not going to do it. No, say we know what we to do. We haven't done it. This is why we should do it, and this is how we do it. How do you plan on doing it in your own life? It's just like, this is what you call excuse. This is not an explanation. It is an excuse, because in the middle of a conversation about self-improvement and healing, you are telling why you cannot heal. Like, you're literally telling us why you can't heal. I don't want to hear that. And this is why in this research, it's so difficult to hear, because on one hand, I'm like, yeah, we can heal. But on another, it's like, you have to convince someone that they need healing before you even start the healing process. I will let them finish because it doesn't get better. This one with the sports analogy, that one, it's just like, at this point, just say you've accepted it.
TV.
And mind you, these are the reasonable people. Like, let's not get that lost. Men who have disagreed with my content are sending me this to listen to, because these are the reasonable people with the reasonable conversation. Just an FYI. Epigenetics, may account for part of the difference between Black women and Black men. It promoted studying, literacy, loving, serving, praying, having faith. All of that is now embedded in our genetics. Well, it's not embedded in mine, because I'm not here to serve any. I do get what you're saying, though. I'm going to leave this up for a moment. I'm going to attempt to slow down the chat while this goes.
Still more food being thrown at your face. So that thing is being rooted in your subconscious mind, to where you can know better, but it's so far ingrained in you that no matter what you know.
But to that point, to use the analogy you use about fitness, how is it that some people are able to, because I'm not saying, to your point, I'm not saying.
He really wanted to say, how is it Black women are able to transcend it, but you weren't? That's what he wanted to say. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but he did say some people. So let's hear this.
And don't eat the cake. Just strike a balance. Eat the cake and work out. So there's nothing wrong with going for a walk or going for a run.
Yeah, but I just don't. I think in this society, we're not trained to really have focus and be dedicated on things.
But the information is there.
The information is there, but it's still scatterbrained. Because look, you can read one successful thing, right, throughout the day, and then you go on Instagram and you're just seeing a variety of different things, different selections, and you're feeding that to your subconscious mind. Excuse me. So it's like you lose your ability to really focus on one thing for a certain period of time, because you're.
I'm sorry, you cannot want to lead and also be completely subject to your nature. You have to be able to transcend that. Like, you're either a slave to it or you have transcended it. Like, I don't understand how comfortable people feel saying, I can't, I just cannot control myself. Like, ultimately, like, I actually believe it is first in the convincing of self, then in the acting, and it's that sequence of events that take place. So if you can't even verbally say, I am supposed to control myself, right? That because things look good outside doesn't mean I have to go. By the way, all my don't let people send you videos to watch telling you that it's going to prove their point, because I could have done my own research and did my thing without videos. And as soon as I start watching these videos, like, I don't think it's doing what they think it's doing, and yet they still send it to me, wanting me to review it and talk about healing from this video perspective, because all this video has done is discourage me. all this all this video has done is discourage me. Like, all of these men sat around and just told us that they're not about to change.
Everywhere.
So my question
It's
to
like
you,
it's like poverty.
no, I
Poverty, like,
Somebody said
there is a reason why 90% of people that win the lottery are broke again
Right.
in like 4 or 5 years. This is
Yeah.
a fact. People are, if you generationally have been poor, you from the time you were 2, you've seen your mom in the kitchen, like, the bills, don't answer the phone. It's the electric coming, it's the water, and it's ingrained in you. I'm poor. When that money comes to you, $10 million,
everything.
you almost, it doesn't make sense logically, but you almost feel more comfortable.
I'm going to open the screen because y'all need to see his face. He is so confused. He is so. I know he want to drive. And then he was like, these men aren't serious. Because I know he's in the framework of, oh, we're talking about how to improve. So I don't understand why everyone is attacking me for telling y'all how to improve. he is, he is, he is. I have had this look in my eyes before on this very channel. I've had this feeling. I know exactly what this man is feeling right now. He is very much confused. I've had this feeling. Like, y'all can sit here and make literally every single excuse in the book, but y'all will not take the accountability. Got it. Got it. All right. I see people in the back chat. I will add you in a moment. I'm going to finish this up. I'm going to speed up the video because they're not really saying much. He is trying to get them to be accountable, and they're just like, absolutely not. Accountability where? Not here. Nope. It is something deeper. We know what we should do, but because of some spiritual change, we're not going to do it. That's essentially what they're saying. I mean, they said they know they should do it, but they explain why they're not doing it and why they're not going to do it. And that's sad. Like, you can explain why you're not going to do it, sure, but that is now an excuse.
With $120 in the bank. So you subconsciously are doing everything you can
To get rid of that.
shit. You're letting people borrow, you're buying cars.
By the way, by saying you are subconsciously making yourself poor, you are saying it is a personal decision to be poor. I don't agree with this. I can't agree with this. I refuse. The law of attraction foolishness is nowhere over here. But just so you know, these men over here are saying that because you are poor, it is something you have learned to be, and therefore your decisions are making you poor. Now, I know a lot of you in the chat agrees with this, so period, but let's say they agree with you. So you guys can drag them for this. What system?
You got
Right,
your
yep.
your uncle's, your cousin, your third cousin that you haven't talked. I mean, it's
Yeah.
that kind of thing that I feel really like there's a deep thing that we as a community are not
The
facing and
question
need to
I would
when
love
it
to
comes
bring
to
up to
relationship.
that is self-love. And
Yeah,
I think, like, what do you guys do for self-love? Because some people say, yeah, that's my better half in terms of your significant other, but I think you should be whole. That person should be whole.
I don't know how you leave that conversation and go into self-love. Is he the moderator? Who is the who? Who is moderating this conversation? Like I'm so confused. Who is moderating this conversation? Because at this point, this is a lot. How you leave from that conversation to self-love and relationship, and how does self-love includes a relation? All right, let this part I didn't listen to. I listened to the first part. That's the only part I cared about. But this part, I was like, girl, I ain't nobody got time for this. But let's hear it. We're already here.
One and one come together, make more than two.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
Wait, one and one come together and make more than two? Look, I am not the math person. Like, I'm not into math. What Beyonce said, I don't know much about algebra. She didn't say algebra. Beyonce didn't say algebra. I'm not the math person, but he probably didn't say that. Let's go back. He didn't say that. I refuse to believe that. Y'all are not going to have me out here pretending like he said that.
you guys do for self-love? Because some people say, yeah, that's my better half in terms of your significant other, but I think you should be whole. That person should be whole. One and one come together, make more than two.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
you know, and
He did. He did. He definitely did say that. He did say that. He did say one and one come together and make more than two. Period. I'm just gonna assume by one and one coming together make more than two. Hopefully he means add the child. Like hopefully he means add the child. Because I don't know. Look, I can't do math, so it's gonna be what it's gonna be. One and one come together and make more than two. Period. Let's hear. This is what people sent to me, by the way, telling me that it would be a great video on Black people healing while I'm doing my research. So, all right.
for me, I think, to the point about self-love, being able to have as honest a conversation with yourself as possible. I remember when I was
frequently.
younger. Yeah, when I was younger, I remember, your story always sounds, I mean,
Hello? Hold up. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Uh, I'm gonna leave and come back. I can see your mouth moving, but I just can't hear you.
Themis, you are muted.
Oh, that's why she couldn't hear me.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel so bad. She left. I'm like, go ahead. Go ahead, concern.
Hey, so my only pushback is I have one pushback and one note. I don't know what the right way of handling this is, but I think that we also need to change the way that we're addressing these men because they're clearly not responding well to logically going through the like the implications of what they're saying, right? And I'm not even saying this to be funny or mean. I don't know if in this unique use case, if logic and reason are able to overcome the fact that they have seriously had everyone in their life overcompensate for them. And so, because think about the fact that, to your point earlier, you will go through with somebody logically and show them that they're not making sense, and they still refuse to come to the logical conclusion either with you or even stay on topic with the logical conclusion that they were going. Like, they don't even have to agree with you, but you have painstakingly gone through every thread of what they're saying and the implications, and they're not even willing to come up with a new conclusion or bring something new to the table. I think that there is something that needs to change in the Black men who are trying to support Black men improving in terms of how we address them, and how and I'm a female, so I don't know why I said we, but how you guys engage, because it's missing the mark somehow, because they're able to skirt by and think that they won some three-dimensional chess game. Like, they will look at that conversation, to your point, they watched the video too and got to a very irrational conclusion about what was said and what the takeaways are. And so I'm just one, and so it's not pushback on you as a person.
Pause. Javier, you are now being called out. You either come on the panel or you get blocked. We've spoken before, and so this is a problem with like throwaway comments. They're not throwaway. So just continue bashing. That'll do it. Please come on and let me know when I've ever bashed anyone. Go ahead, Concern. Sorry.
And you've never bashed anyone. You've never been disrespectful. I mean, you go out of your way to at least try to straw man people's arguments that don't even align with your core beliefs. Like, you try to logic with them. It's a good faith effort. And so, to me, my objection with all of this is that we have to try something new, because it's not working. It's like, the problem is not just that it makes sense to them. The problem is something else. Whoever knows. I don't know what it is, but clearly you're seeing another person try to show them something that is inarguable, and they leave thinking, oh, I won. In this video, my point was proven. How, Sway? How? You're muted again, Themis.
Thank you. I talked to my mom the other day, and she was like, sometimes when you talk to people, if they haven't been exposed to conflicting theories before, it takes a while for them to adjust. And so that could mean a couple days, a couple weeks, a couple months, a couple years. It is not your responsibility to hold their hands throughout the entire thing, but do your best in the time you have, and hopefully at some point they will look back at it and say, oh, well, I was wrong. So hopefully that is true. Mellow is skipping.
Oh, I was just gonna land on this one point, because that was the objection. This is the point. I want Black men to stop talking about unity. Please stop talking about unity. I am so sick and tired of being sick and tired of these men talking about us coming together when it comes to their personal accountability, because that is in itself an attempt to make it Black women's problem. The unity they're talking about is the one-on-one making more than two. They're talking about is Black women coming and overcompensating for their failures. They have no intention of changing this bad behavior. They have the intention on outsourcing, the management of the repercussions to somebody who thinks that they're cute. And I challenge any Black man, and to the woman who was here, who was on your live a few days ago, who was like, think about problems without bringing up Black women at all. I want to add another voice saying, yes, +1 to that challenge, because truly, I believe that would be mission impossible for any black man who holds this belief to not bring up the Black family, Black partnership, Black women in a conversation about Black people doing better.
Yeah. Thank you, Concerned. Mello, before you go, people often believe they are reacting and they had no choice. Our brain moves fast. 1, a thought. 2, feelings or emotion. 3, we choose a behavior. Most believe our environment only affect us, though we also affect our environment. Period. I'm going to keep this up a bit. Confidence with love. Thank you. Actually, let me read this and then come back to you. Black women burn the cake, let's lower our blood pressure and feed our kids and work towards a life of ease. Period. All right, Mello, go ahead.
Yeah, so big up everybody and thing, but my comment wasn't actually for you. It was for the lady that was speaking. But for the record, I do want to say that, just to make it clear, I do believe you also participate in some bashing. But
All right. How do
I
I
think that's
bash?
not even
No. How do I bash?
all right. If a whole bunch of people gang up and like beating up someone and you jump in and you like throw a little punch in there too, I'm gonna
No.
say you participated
Mm-mm.
in that beating.
I
You know what
need
I
you
mean?
to explain to me when I threw a punch, because I've never done that. I've never said anything here that I would not say one-to-one with any human being. So
So
I
that doesn't
know me. I'm not a fighter, and I don't do things to provoke a fight. Now, if people misconceive what I do and then throw a punch, then that's on them. However, I do not bash. So please let me know what I've said that is bashing.
I can't give you a specific example. Not right now, at least off the top of my head.
What
But
have I done generally? What about my channel is bashing?
there is some unfair criticism that goes on.
What is an unfair criticism on this channel?
That can be a really long conversation. It can need all kind of history talk, and I'd rather not go down that way and
No,
just
wait,
put.
I feel like, so this is the problem. There can be a feeling, right? There can be a feeling that's not completely valid, or that is completely valid based on your conception of what is happening here. However, don't make comments without evidence. Unless you
What?
can point to me bashing, it is really strange because, like, I do want to hear this. If I am bashing, I don't think that is productive. So
Okay.
I would want to refrain from bashing.
All
Where
right.
and
Let's
how
go.
do I bash?
Hold up, 'cause I told you just a minute that I can't give you an example right off the top of my head. So I'll do is I'll definitely look up and well, it shouldn't be hard. I should be able to find an example and I'll share it with you, but I wouldn't be able to just pull it just right now off the top of
Yeah, but like there should be some idea of like what I'm bashing about. Like there should be something. Like even if you
my
don't know
head.
specific.
Okay. All right, I can give you, and that's the thing. That's what I said my comment was mainly for her, because you don't, like I said, you are not necessarily in the dog pile throwing in the
No,
heavy
no, no,
hit,
no. You just
but
said specifically that I engage in it.
yeah, I'm trying to get to it. So what I'm saying is that, like the example that's coming directly to my head right now, it's not well, I would say like something really all that bad. That's why I say like you throw like a little thing in there. So the example I'm thinking of is like when we're talking about the condition of the community, and I'd be like, so where do you expect us to be right now or whatever? And like what would you expect? Because the first time I came up, I was talking about development and someone who is poor potentially making it out. And you guys were like, oh no, poor people shouldn't, poor men especially shouldn't date and all of that. And I was like,
I
everyone should date. And you guys were really insensitive on how
I
the
said
community got where it
I
is,
said poor
the context
people.
of history.
No one said poor people shouldn't date. We were talking about
Oh my
reproduction and
God.
property.
I'm pretty sure that's what y'all said, like word
I
for
am
word.
pretty
Pretty
sure, I
close.
am 110% sure that we were
Yeah.
talking about reproduction.
Yeah, but y'all went further. Y'all said straight up, like, if you're broke, you shouldn't be trying to
No, I
go out
said
with
if
a
I
woman.
were
You said
poor,
that.
I would. If I was broke, I would not be dating. That's what I said.
Yeah, but y'all gave that as a guideline as well. But I don't even want to get
No,
bogged down in
because
that.
I know before I give any advice, I said I am not giving advice. So I'm saying, even if I'm quote unquote giving advice, ultimately I'm saying if you mess up your life, it's not on me because I make clear that I don't have the authority. So if I say something that you perceive, and I shouldn't have said giving advice, but if you perceive it as giving advice, I've already qualified that this is about what I would do.
All right, that's cool. You don't really have to agree with me, you know what I mean? But
No. But
I think the
I don't.
topic.
No. We're talking about two different things. It's fine if you say I did that. How is that bashing?
All right, that's why I said that's not the best example, but that's the first thing that came to my mind because that was my experience. You get me? So
Yeah,
I'd much rather stick more along the line of the topic because that's where my comment was originally about. What
I mean,
she
this
was
is
saying.
along the line of the topic. I'm talking about healing in the Black community, specifically for Black men.
Okay.
And I think part of the problem is, and correct me here if I'm wrong, there is this belief that there are people online bashing Black men. And
That's
any
the fact.
other voice attempting to hold men accountable in any way feels like it's a part of the voice bashing Black men in your mind. And I don't understand.
Nah. Nah, 'cause that's the thing. There are panels with men that hold men accountable all day, right? And yeah, bashing. I mean, I lost my thought a minute ago. But bashing is not holding anyone accountable. So bashing is just bashing. It's not productive, and
Yeah,
it's a
but
good step
no,
towards
what's
the
not
actual
productive
talk
though is
about.
you calling things bashing and not knowing whether or not someone was bashing. I prove
No,
that
that's
message
just with
for
you.
people.
That's with you. No,
Wait, let me read this. I prove that message. Poor people should not have kids or nor date. Now what? What's the conversation? Well, I hope that's not bashing, but I mean, people say that's elitist. Waddles, broke it down. Go ahead.
oh yeah. So no, that's for the speaker. Hold on. Yeah. So what I was saying is that shit. Yeah. So with the bashing and all of that, it's really non-productive. So it's like when you have a child and you tell him he's stupid. So that child that in a home where the parents always like, yo, you're stupid, you're ugly. That child doesn't perform in school. You know what I mean? We've all seen it. So I just can't understand why everybody just thinks it's fun or okay to laugh at our own problems. I don't laugh at women's problems. You get me?
All right. I feel like I will let you go figure out. You can literally go look at it now and then come back and let me know how we've bashed because at this point it feels like people are laughing at you in the comments and I don't like that for you. Um because it doesn't seem like it feels like you're reacting
That would
emotionally
prove my
without
point.
huh?
Them laughing at me would prove my point because I'm talking about something serious. You get me?
But we don't know what you're talking about. That's the point. The problem. Like I don't know what we are like at what point did we bash like anyone and you don't know and you gave an example that was not bashing and I'm
That was with
confused.
pertaining to you. If I was to speak about the chat, there's countless examples of ridiculous levels of bashing, and I mean
Well, can you
all
would you
kinds of comments.
well, I will let you up and you will skip the line in front of everyone when you find what I say that's bashing. You can go look it up now. And if we have time, you can definitely come back and tell me what I do that's bashing.
Cool.
All right. Bye. You have to sing by. Um, something or someone happens. I used to react so I could shame or blame others. I choose to unzip my skin, get therapy, etc. I understand I have choices that I may not like, and I hold the power to choose. Yeah, we hold the power to choose. I think ultimately, like, I don't mind you trying to hold me accountable, but just do go the full length. Have evidence. Go the full mile. Don't just say I'm bashing without knowing why you're saying I'm bashing. Also, um, I feel like this lack of agency is just ridiculous. So I thank you, Confidence with Love. Um, what channel does he subscribe to that holds black men accountable that he does not see as bashing? Ah, Sonny, I should have seen your comment before he left. I should have seen your comment before he left. I that would have been great to ask him. I'm so sorry. Thank you. It's clear that they're not going to change. Why haven't we walked away yet? I think the fact that oh my wait. Um I actually have an answer to that. If you, if Finji or anyone else, if you guys can remember this, I want to answer towards the end. The fact that they haven't is why I'll talk about it at the end. Remind me to talk about this at the end. It's a question that I have for the end. Why are women so working so hard still? I disagree with Thema 60% of the time. I know we fought a lot. But one thing I can't accuse him of is bashing black. All right, period. And I do remember you and I disagree a lot. So I appreciate that. All right. The people who are on camera I just brought up. Wait, there were some more super chats, I think. Prince Petty said something. Let me find Prince up. Here it is. Please show more appreciation to black men in 2022. We need and deserve it. Black men on black, black and black love 2022. Prince Petty, go sit somewhere. Oh, so everyone is on camera now. All right, let's have a quick conversation. I'm going to time this conversation for 15 minutes, no more than 15 minutes. All right, let's go, LB. You go first.
Okay, and I do apologize for my dog. He's having a fit right now because my neighbors are moving. So when I think about bashing, like I had to literally like sit here and look up the definition of bashing because I was like, am I wrong? So I looked it up, and pretty much it said that it was a violent attack on a person or severe criticism. And to me, what determines the severity of the criticism is like the motive and the result. And for me, with bashing, I would expect to see that it's unnecessary or to an extent that's unwarranted. And so what we're doing here is we're trying to figure out what a problem is in a community so that we are able to address it and eventually fix it. So how is it like, for instance, you could say that us saying that they had horrible analogies was bashing, but is it really? Because we're pointing that out because we're being honest with you. Your analogies suck, and that's something that can be improved. Like we can improve things like that. So your analogies suck. Where do we go from here? Like, okay, why don't you come like just watch the show for a little bit and you'll see how a proper analogy is built. Or go somewhere else where you feel more comfortable, but learn how to build on that skill, whatever the skill is that you're lacking in. And so to me, it's bashing if there's no goal in mind that is productive, not only for that person, but also for the people around them, which in turn is the community. So my thing is, when you're saying that we're bashing, can you prove to me that it's not a benefit to you if you choose to act on it? So for instance, here on this channel, I say like a lot as a filler word because I have really bad anxiety problems. And when I get nervous, I say like, I say like and other filler words. But when I was told that on the channel, like people put that in the comments and they were like, I'm doing it right now because I'm nervous, but they were like, oh, LB says like a lot and she could really benefit from improving that. Her career would go so much better. Now, to me, they didn't genuinely want to see me improve. But if somebody like Famous or one of the other mods said, "Hey, LB, you're saying like a lot on camera, and you probably want to work on that a little bit," to me, that more so would be like constructive criticism. And even though the people who I believe were attempting to bash me were bashing me, I still read those comments and I was like, ooh, I need to go back to Toastmasters and work on myself a little bit because that's something that I can improve on. Whereas I think a lot of the men, they get criticism and then they go, oh, well, you guys are just haters and you hate me and you're this and that and whatever. And I got criticism from someone who probably didn't
Pause.
read
I'm
me.
sorry. I'm 2 seconds from just saying block you. I'm literally 2 seconds. Like, how are you just, you were up here, I gave you an opportunity, and then you just like go back and start dancing in the chat. Like, so the manosphere doesn't bash, then they claim good intentions. Who are you comparing the manosphere to? I feel hugely disrespected by this comparison. Like tremendously disrespected. Don't do that again. And if you do, you are going to be blocked. Like this is disrespectful, particularly because you came up here. I can run through a laundry list of why what the manosphere does is bashing, and you couldn't even give me one example of bashing on this channel, at least coming from me. And I've told you to go figure that out, and then you can come back. And instead, you're what did Mahogany Pink say? You're twerking in the chat. Like no one has time for that. Like you're annoying right now. Like you're no one cares about your feelings right now. Like honestly, I don't care that you're hurt because you have not done the work to figure out why you're hurt. So go figure out why you're hurt and then come back. To the other person asking, where's the men's panel? I don't care about having a men's panel anymore. The reason is because I have made it so obvious that I did care and I have cared about men's input. Somehow, y'all have taken that to believe that you get to take over the channel, at least on the back end. But when it comes to coming up and talking, no one wants to come up and talk. So if you're not coming up and talk, I don't care. I am done asking men to come on to speak to me. In fact, I have been embarrassed most of the time when y'all decide to come up. So if you don't want to come up, don't come up. I don't care anymore. I will continue to just speak to women and we can talk about what we need to talk about. At no point from here until the future will I care if you guys decide to come up or not. You have the right to. I've made that abundantly clear. And when I call you out and you do not come up, you will get blocked. It is just that simple. So stop asking for the men's panel. It's probably not going to happen, at least not in this realm. This could have been just a men's only panel if men decided to come on. They decided they didn't. I am not going to drag any of the men on here. Like, I don't care anymore. Also, since we're on a tangent, let me continue. Nothing you say to me about gay, about skinny, about anything like that, none of your emails gonna bother me. The only time things bother me is when I think I've hurt someone. You emailing me telling me you feel hurt and me asking you why and you refuse to answer implies that you're not as hurt as you think you are. So I don't care anymore either. Stop emailing me. I don't care. Stop emailing me. I do not care anymore about your feelings because I've made it abundantly clear. I've made myself extremely available to you. I actually filter my email for people who might be upset so I can converse with them. And you guys do nothing. You guys provide no evidence of anything. You just want to talk to me. I don't know why. I'm not speaking to you guys privately. You can come and speak publicly. I have nothing to say to you. I am not trying to date anyone. So leave me alone. All right. Themis, do you have an issue with the term twerking? I don't have an issue with the term twerking. I just try to give credit. Perceiving everything as an attack and bashing is an indicator of low self-esteem and insecurity. Actually, that is true. This is definitely true. And part of reading post-traumatic slave syndrome, there is a solution at the end that requires self-esteem. There's literally a chapter called, oh, here it is. I don't know if you can read that, but it says, no, you probably can't. It says building self esteem. And I was reading it. They were talking about, oh my God, we need to help build self esteem. And this is how we build self esteem. And I'm thinking, this is all cute, but all of this sounds voluntary. It sounds like the person whose self-esteem you're building needs to be voluntary. Like they need to decide that they want to build their self-esteem. Got it. How do you build self-esteem of people who don't even know they have a problem with self-esteem? How do you do that? You have an uphill battle. Let me not say you can't. You have an uphill battle. These are probably the parts of the life people call bashing. Just by stating a fact or research apparently is bashing. I will restart the time so you guys can finish. Go ahead, LB. Let me put this back.
Okay. But pretty
It was
much,
at 12.
just because you're getting feedback that you don't like does not mean that it's criticism. Like, I believe that was Sinji said that, right? Yeah. Just like Sinji said. But also, in that example that I gave about the me saying like thing, also in there is that I received criticism from someone that I did not like. Yes, it was painful to hear, but at the end of the day, what did I do next week? I signed back up for Toastmasters and I went to my meeting, because even though I didn't like the messenger, even though it was hurtful to receive the message, I was like, ooh, yeah, that's something to work on. And I don't see a lot of like Black men on the internet that talk about being bashed, do anything about it. And it's just like, okay, well, if you don't like the way that something makes you feel, then change it. It's like a Maya Angelou quote: if you don't like something, change it. If you can't change it, change your attitude. So like pick one, like change the issue or change your attitude about it. And if you can't change anything about it, why are you sitting around complaining? Do something different.
Yeah. I only asked because of the title. Oh no, I'm not going at you, by the way. It's a fair question because one would assume there would be men here. I know there are men watching because I can literally see it. But they won't come up. They'll just quote unquote twerk in the chat. That's all they'll do at this point. I think people ask if I don't like the word twerk because I say dance. I have no problem with the word twerk. I just couldn't remember the word twerk, so I said dance. I believe that women had it right last week. The Black women will adult, and the men at 18 and the men at 18 and over will be handed coloring books. I believe it is too expensive for these men. I mean, and they have the right to come up and challenge this statement, but they won't. Go ahead. Let's see. Dahlia, did I pronounce that correctly? I'm terrible with names as a general matter.
Oh, you did. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. I was having issues the last time I was up here, so for once, good connection. I'll say this really quickly. This wasn't what I planned to say, but just in response to what LB was talking about as far as bashing, I don't think you bash. I don't think any of the people in the chat or whoever's commenting on the panel, I don't think that they bash either. I do think that sometimes the comments can be fairly scathing, and I do think sometimes it's a little repetitive to the point where it kind of disrupts from whatever topic that you had planned for the day. I remember you had a panel a few sessions back where you were talking about some men's related issue, and you had like a whole thing of videos that you had planned to discuss. You got to like 2 minutes in one video, and then we just moved on to something else. And I find that a little bit frustrating, mostly because I know that there are other channels where they do bash on men, and I just feel like, well, if you just want to talk about how horrible that they are, I mean, you can do that on another channel. You have great topics to speak on, like the one that you had about the sex work. That was great. I've never heard anybody else on Beyonce's YouTube talk about sex work and like what
just really like delve into like the meat of the topics. I've never had that happen before. I thought that was lovely. Anyways, to address the video from today, I actually have a good example of what I feel about this. I don't know if you remember this. A few weeks back, you had, I think his name was Sincere. You talked to him for like a good hour and a half about his relationship with his mother and his father, and how he felt like his mom was the reason why his dad wasn't in his life. And so you got to the point where there was literally just a mental block where he couldn't accept what was happening. The reason why I think that's true, and the reason why I also think that you're running into that same question with this video today, is because the reality of the situation is too horrible for them to handle. And so rather than address that, they will put the blame on Black women, because they know in general, Black women are always going to be there. Sincere's mother was always there for him. He knows that because of her history. She's never left him, right? And so he knows he can safely put the blame on her without having to worry that she's going to leave him like his dad did. He can't do that with his dad. So it's easier for him to do that. And then in order for him to be able to really address that, he would have to have enough humility to say, yes, there is a problem. Yes, I am the problem. Yes, I need to address this. He's not going to do that because that would require him to actually step out on faith and do adult things. And that stuff is painful. It's really painful. I'm actually going through that right now. And you have to make a decision with yourself saying, okay, I'm going to do this thing. It's going to hurt, and I'm going to do it anyways, knowing that the end result is going to be the best thing for me and for my family. And that's hard.
Wait, before passing the timer, before you move on, that conversation annoyed me for one reason and one reason only.
Okay.
The way I thought we were having a breakthrough, the way I thought we were having a breakthrough, I heard,
Okay,
yes,
very patient.
I was wrong here. I was wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. All right. So all of your points are incorrect. Got it. So do we agree? I felt like SpongeBob. You remember that scene in SpongeBob? Anyway, it's fine. I thought I was doing something there, and I found out at the end that I was definitely wrong. Anyway, continue.
Oh,
Thank you. I'm glad you pointed that out.
but you put a seed into his head, and I guarantee you that's something that he's having to think about, or else he's gonna have to like put that on a shelf somewhere and sit in denial until he can't not deny it anymore. Because God will do that to you. He'll keep nudging you and nudging you until you literally have to address the problem. So I think that really the only thing we can do at this point now is to you walk them through to the crux of the problem, and then you have to just let them decide to deal with it. There's nothing else you can do. I mean, they're not children, and I don't think it's like all Black men. This is a human problem. This isn't a Black man problem or a Black people problem. It's a human problem. We don't like dealing with pain. It's easier to just do what's comfortable for us, even though we know it's a problem.
I've
So
only ran into it with Black men, though. And to be
right.
fair, I've only ran into it with Black men on this channel. In my everyday life, people like I've been told I'm wrong so many times. I'm like, and explained why. I'm like, oh well, let me change that.
Yeah.
Never didn't realize how much of a problem it was. Like I literally did not like when it happens over and I pause the time whenever I'm talking. Whenever I watch and I'm seeing how over and over and over and over it happens. I'm like, I can't imagine having to date these people. Like, I'm like, I would literally probably die. Like, how do you even have a Well, y'all probably shouldn't be dating these people anyway. So next,
I know.
not an advice. I don't give advice. A, go ahead. A.
Oh, I'm sorry, famous. I didn't know that you were talking to me. Let me tell you, I am a longtime fan and I absolutely love your show.
Oh,
So let me start by saying that. And I'm not sure what the time is, so you just let me know when I need to stop talking because I gotta run to my little one.
I mean, you guys are sharing 8 minutes, so.
Oh, okay, well, I can get everything I need to get out in this 8 minutes. So the bottom line is this: like, I am not a basher. I'm actually a licensed clinician. And from a perspective of focusing on trauma and resilience building, the biggest hurdle, and I've had many conversations, I'm not quoting stats, but from an anecdotal perspective, the number of people that I see on a regular basis, when I watch the videos and the clips that you show, what I see is a lack of awareness. And I've had conversations with some Black men who are like, oh, well, there's an issue with the Black family structure, but the blame that they want to put is always on the women, or they talk about the over independence of Black women. And what I like to explain to people is like the way our brains are built and wired in such a way, like if you lack awareness, you will not be resilient. You will not heal. You are going to be averse to pain, as someone else said. You will be stagnant and stuck. And so when you hear these people who get on YouTube and they talk about and espouse like how they try to avoid talking about healing, it's because they know nothing about it. So they can't talk about something they don't know about, but they also lack awareness, which tells me two things. One, that they are not the people who should be having conversations to broadcast. Two, that they are ill-equipped and they lack self-awareness. So they are really influencing the larger group of Black men who also lack awareness, right? And so words have so much power, and God bless YouTube, but the devil also blessed it too, because everybody can start a channel now, right? And so when we talk about our ability and our capacity to heal, a lot of times I tell my clients when they come into me, are you looking for someone to vent to, or are you looking to do work? These men aren't looking to do work. They're not looking to heal. They're looking for a space where they can vent comfortably. And I honor that space, right? Like we want to honor whatever people want to do. But I think the difficult part is when people say like, hey, well, how can we heal? Well, people who lack self-awareness are not clear about what healing looks like because they've never done it. So that part of our brain, that reptilian brain that kicks into fight or flight, when they show up on your channel and they're making excuses, they're in flight mode because their trauma has literally been triggered and they don't know how to handle the responses that you would expect from a person who has self-awareness. That also means that they're not the most resilient. They're not the men that you want to be leading a household or being in a relationship with, because the moment that any type of adversity comes their way, they are going to crumble, they're going to blame, they're going to backslide into old habits of their trauma response. And so that's my 2 seconds and however many minutes. But
I
yeah.
promise that wasn't 2 seconds. That was actually 3 minutes.
Oh, well,
I'm
then
kidding.
look, that's
I'm
what I got
pausing.
for you.
Thank you. The
But yeah.
truth is these dudes can't deal with their reality or how their behavior impact the community. One of the things that you said that actually, as soon as you said it, it brought up a memory is about these people should not be made to lead. Agreed. When someone can come up here and say they lead with an iron fist, but when anything happens wrong, like the child rearing goes wrong, the woman is to be blamed. I'm sorry, you don't even understand what you're saying. First of all, the iron fist thing should have taken you out of the home. Like anyone trying to date you ruling with an iron fist, I don't know. But the fact that you still would blame them when you're ruling with an iron fist doesn't make sense. You should not lead. There is no reason. There is no reason you should be leading anyone. Hurry up and eat. Thank you.
Here's the gag though, Themis. People who usually, the person who talks about leading with an iron fist, they literally have no concept of what it means to be a leader at all. It's a thing. It's what I call a tagline. You hear someone else say it, so you repeat it, and
Oh, that's most of the
you just,
conversation online.
yeah, like you just, most of the conversation, right? Like you hear something catchy, so you say it. And so the question becomes, leading with an iron fist means what, right? Like, what does that mean? What does that look like? It doesn't mean lead and ignore. But again, if you have broken men, people who are broken, unhealed, they're not capable of leading anything. So their fight or flight brain, right? That trauma response is, I'm gonna blame you. I'm gonna come out swinging. And unfortunately, the Black women, we are the ones we figured out the secret sauce. We know how to be successful. We know how to upbuild and uplift and each other so that we can be successful, so that we can not necessarily become so independent that we don't want a quote unquote Black man or we want to divest, but we know about survival. And Black men aren't healed. The average Black man, the men on that panel that you showed the video clip of, they are not healed or self-aware to be able to recognize the fact that they can't do anything collectivistically because they don't know what it means to lead, because they're operating from a place of guilt, shame, and they're going to cover it up with machismo. They're going to cover it up with excuses and blame. They're going to come out swinging because that's what they know how to do. That's their trauma response, right? But it's also not an excuse, because if your response to trauma is that bad, it also tells me you have no self-awareness. It means that you're not capable of saying like, hey, this is an issue with Black women, because you lack insight.
Thank you. I actually really appreciate your voice. I know this is the first time I'm hearing you speak, so thank you, and please come back.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Bye. There's a comment that I want to address before I go to you guys, the rest of the two. Someone said, Dark Knight, Dark Knight, you have to come up. Our moderators, please block that, whoever Dark Knight is. They ask something to the effect of, what have I done for the community? And we're not going to do a measuring contest, but I would like this person to come up. If they do not come up, please block them. I'm actually very serious about that. That one, yeah. So they get to come up. I can't find it, but I would like them to come up because they seem to want the attention, so they have it. They want healing without discomfort, shame, hard work, or new lifestyle. They want to change nothing but experience something new. And I mean, complacency does come with its own level of comfort. But for the sake of our children, we cannot stay complacent. KP.
Hi, Themis. I am new to your channel. I've been listening for the past week and a half, and I appreciate your voice.
Welcome, by the way. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate your voice because it is a voice of, it's an innovative voice. It's a voice that is saying something. I call you the seed planter because what you're saying, it is going deep, and I believe it is going to reap a harvest. You may not see it. Maybe God may bless you to see it. I hope he does. But sometimes when you're a seed planter, you plant the seed, somebody waters it, somebody fertilizes it, somebody gives it its sunshine. And I believe that you're the start of it amongst a lot of other people. So I really appreciate you. I wrote a couple of points down. She was talking about self-awareness. And while some people are not self-aware, I believe I cannot give that as an excuse, because some people are self-aware, but they refuse to comply to what's right, whether that's denial, whether that's just plain stubbornness and being very, just plain stubborn. And I think it's a survival mechanism for Black men, some Black men, because it's almost the attitude, it's either you or me. And the culture that we're in, Black men created it. The culture they complain about.
One second. What we're not gonna do is start this as like a hashtag or a comment.
Sorry, Themis.
We're not gonna do it. I'm kidding. I just pointed that out because I want them to drag me by doing it. Go ahead.
So the very culture that they complain about, they created. Women are only responding and reacting to the problems they created. So she talked about trauma. Thomas, I forget her name, I'm sorry. She talked about trauma, and what is a result of trauma is narcissism. And this is what we deal with amongst our Black men: the grandiose sense of self, excessive need for adoration, superficial and exploitive relationships, need for control, lack of empathy, identity disturbance, difficulty with attachment and dependency, chronic feelings of emptiness and boredom. It's just a plethora of traits of narcissism. And that is a result of trauma. And most of them operate from a place of trauma. Most of them are a result of broken homes. And we are too. Black women are too, but we process it differently. We're socialized differently. They are extremely and please don't take this the wrong way, the guy that's on the panel. This is not all Black men, but most Black men are just weak. Most of them, most of them come from environments that cater to that weakness instead of making them stronger. And how do you make a person stronger? You make
Before
them.
you continue, so I've been reading the DSM-5 because, like, I really think I'm about to be a psychologist. Not really. And a lot of the traits I see, actually, let me just leave that alone. Continue. I shouldn't have cut you, because I should not be diagnosing anyone or any group. So continue. Just continue.
So they are weak. And a lot of times they try to overcompensate by what they think manhood should look like. And it comes off very toxic. And what happens is their environments cater to their childish behavior and give it positive reinforcement, i.e., calling the men that give bad behavior kings, warriors, champions, chiefs. So when you are given this positive reinforcement to bad behavior, they're going to poke out their chests even more. They're going to think they're right. They're going to think they're doing the right thing. And it's not. Other cultures, other nationalities, they don't reinforce that bad behavior.
So first of all, KP, I love how quickly you get through points. I know you're not done, but I have to pause this for 2 seconds. I did not hear this, but please, KP, did you just say, don't take this the wrong way, gentlemen at the bottom, but you're weak?
No, I said some Black men are weak, not you. You ain't gonna do this, Famous.
Yeah, that's right.
Famous, you're not gonna do this to me. You're not weak. I don't know you personally. I'm just giving a generalized statement. I don't know this guy to be weak.
Continue. You guys just got 3 more minutes on the clock because you went out.
Okay, so I'm going to be quick. They don't want to do the work that's why they don't want to. So in order for you to heal, you have to confess. You have to first. This is the reason why when you go to AA, they first want to know, do you know you have a problem? If you don't know you have a problem, then you don't know what you need to be working on, right? So most of them, they're always in denial. Most of them are always shifting the blame. Most of them are always saying somebody else did it, whether it's their mama, their daddy, the community, the white man. So as long as you're blaming people and you don't hold that mirror up in front of you, you're never going to heal. You're never going to get better. The community is always going to be driven by women, and that's it.
All right, thank you. The timer is up. Aaron, you get 3 minutes.
Oh man.
Wait, before you go, KP, thank you so much, by the way.
Thank you, Famous.
Have a good night.
You too.
Please come back. All right, KP, go ahead. You are weak.
Oh, Famous. I first of all, when you started your rant, I wanted to make you a drink. I was like, he's just.
I should have made me a drink. This life would be a lot funnier.
But I have to say, like, I completely understand your frustration. I dealt with it actually a few days when I was on social media and I had made a statement. So I've been dragged on my social media for statements about us as Black men going to therapy, recovering, and it's the typical, oh, well, what about these Black women? I said, why are we bringing up Black women when I'm talking about self-improvement? What I witnessed today from several Black men is embarrassing. And I'm saying that as a Black man, and I simp whatever, I've heard it all, so it doesn't affect me. You know what I'm saying? But it's already been stated, and I've said it firsthand. I personally, I'm done. It's either you want to do the internal work and go to therapy, do what you need to do in order to be healed, or and now they shifting the blame on Lori Harvey. That's exactly, I made a statement about that. And they accused me of being a man basher. They accused me of so many different things. And I'm just like, listen, at this point, like, give them bricks. I don't have time to coddle. I don't have time to say, oh, well, I don't know. Either you're going to therapy and you're doing the internal work, or you're going to continue doing what you've been doing.
It's funny because they know how to separate their preference from Black women any other time, but when their preference does something bad. But continue.
Thank you. And at the end of the day, I've said what I said. And I think I even got accused of like taking Black women's side, whatever that means, when I had made the statement that I said Black women should have burnt the cape a long time ago. It is what it is. And then, of course, they hopped on that and they said, oh, well, you just want to bash Black men. You want to bash your gender. I said, well, maybe we need to be bashed at this point. None of us, you're not changing, not doing any internal work to do better. And if that, you know what I'm saying, propels you to do better in life, then maybe that needed to happen. But at this point, I'm just like, man, there can't be that many of us that don't get it. That's been the underlying thing these past couple of days.
I mean, I'm worried that there are too many of us that don't get it. And I feel like the point at which you start taking some responsibility will be the point at which, like, most of the things start changing. But accountability is apparently a lot of us are allergic to accountability, and I feel like a broken record keeps saying accountability. You have 50 more seconds, Aaron.
Yeah, man. I think, ultimately, and it's sad, right? Because I want to see Black men and Black women do better in life, and mostly Black men. Black women, I think they've learned to adjust. They've had to learn to adjust because of our inadequacies. You know what I'm saying? It's you think she has an attitude, but you don't understand why she is the way she is. You don't want to understand why she is the way she is. You would just want to continue to blame her. It's like, oh, well, I'm a Black man and she should respect me and this and that. And it's like, like I said, I'm done. I'm tired of hearing it because I can't keep on trying to, mentor to the best of my ability when these men aren't receptive.
Respect is it ran out.
I'm sorry. You've already made up your mind about me. I can't do anything.
Yeah, respect is earned. It's not just given willy-nilly to people, particularly people who feel like they do not have to do anything that warrants respect and would do things that would tell you not to be real. Like, let me leave that. Stranger Things season 4 is amazing. It is, actually. I just finished it.
Dean said, how is she Aaron Detail? See, hey man, Dean, we done already been through this with you, just anyway.
Please come back. I'm actually, hopefully, going to hold another panel for the men who I know here, not just random men, because I don't really care about, but like, I'm tired.
For sure, definitely, Themis. Thank you for having me.
You too. Bye. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. This is going to be 10 minutes now. For the people in the back chat, for the people in the back, I'm bringing people who are on camera on, and then I'll bring the people who are not on camera on after. Because I like talking to people that I can see. You don't have to be on camera, but I'm just bringing the people on camera on. So that makes sense. All right, confidence with love.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Themis.
Hello. By the way, before you go, I'm going to start the timer. Know that it's not 10 minutes per person. It is the panel sharing 10 minutes. You guys can interrupt each other and stuff like that.
I feel like you're saying that just to me because it's true.
No. I'm saying that because the last panel.
I find the conversation really interesting. Sorry about the list, just had some work done, but I find the conversation very interesting because, again, when people are choosing that they're not going to do a certain thing, it doesn't matter how much the rest of us get with you or not. And I think one of the things that you do, Themis, that I really appreciate is that you will give information, and I think you just have to see that you're not attached to the outcome, that other person's outcome, because they have a choice as whether they're going to use it or not. And I think for Black men, they do have a lot of work that they need to do. I think for Black women, you're doing the work. I think with Black women, what we have to adjust to is that we are powerful. We're not just strong, we're not just resilient. We are powerful, and we have the power to make choices. We have agency, and we've taken it. And that's a huge difference. When you feel like, as sometimes I see a lot of Black men act like, well, it's this, it's that, it's the other thing. You haven't done any self-study. You haven't learned how to manage your emotions, and therefore you make choices claiming that you're reacting or that's all the choice you had. We might not like our choices, and we have them. And so to say in a community, for instance, it's all Black women's fault that there's a whole bunch of single mothers in the community. I'm not in control of your sperm, A. B, you can get a vasectomy or whatever it is, right? I mean, and C, I'm taking the most accountability and responsibility by being a single parent. So what we're not going to do is stomp on me because I have to do all the heavy lifting. And I think as Black women, we're starting to see that even though we're giving birth to a lot of these young men and older men or whatever, and have brothers and all these things, we are starting to see that it's literally killing us. It is. We've been watching it, but now that we have social media, we can really see it. So I really do appreciate the conversation. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Oh, you guys can do it any way you want. It's 10 minutes.
Um, Hi. I wanted to address just like a sidebar. So like the other day with the whole um mass, pyong pyongs. I don't want to say it because I don't know if that's gonna be a
Right.
problem. So the president literally said something that I thought that was so powerful, and he said, "There's something wrong. Like, what is wrong with our country and the men that we're spitting out that we have all these incidents?" Like someone who is a leader address the fact that there's something wrong in our system, that these numbers, these quantity of problems are existing more than they are in other places. And I think Black men need to take those things as an example. You know what I mean? Like if somebody who is the head of president can address and be honest about issues on a macro scale, you know what I mean, in our country, in terms of what is wrong with our boys, why can't Black men make that parallel and acknowledge the numbers that truly exist? And even if, because sometimes I hear a lot of Black men say these are made up numbers or all this other stuff, but I know that they know that these numbers are not made up, because a lot of Black men, when they get into positions of power, they don't live in these neighborhoods, they leave them. So if they're leaving them, there is some acknowledgement that there's something wrong. Even the rappers leave them. You know what I mean? So something is wrong. You have to realize something is wrong. If you can't acknowledge, like the other lady said, if you can't acknowledge something is wrong, then you're never going to be able to change it. That's one. Secondly, with the whole Iron Fist thing, I think that is a lack of understanding of history, people, governments, nations, and how men have exist. Because Europe had a 1,000-year war, right? So at some point they were like, we got to change this, right? Or the Chinese, if you look at the Chinese and how they have built their economy and changed from like when I was little till now, they have a whole different mindset. They have a soft power actually, and right now, if you're looking at the results of their domination of the world, they haven't picked up really one gun. Not really, you know what I mean? Or if you look at, even if you look at I think Theodore Roosevelt, he said, "I walk softly with a big stick." So power is not brutality, right? Brutality is totalitarianism, right? And if you look at a lot of the countries that exist in those ways, a lot of the people are suffering. So the idea that some Black men want this form of subjugation on a micro scale, here in the United States, it's not going to work. If you look at a lot of countries, it doesn't work. It didn't work in Haiti. It's not working in all these other places. But that would take you to look outside and study other people, what works and what doesn't work. So something is not working, because if it was working, it would equal that when I go to said Black neighborhood, there would be hospitals there. If I went to this Black neighborhood, there would be community centers there. Like, that's just something that you could see with your own eyes, right? That something is not working. And I think that's where they need to have an announcement. And I don't know if that's because there's a lack of um, importance for education for a lot of Black men. So maybe they don't really sit and read these things. And I think maybe that's where it needs to start, critical thinking.
Wait,
And
pause. Let me jump in really quick. I'm pausing the timer. At the end of the timer, everyone is removed. Just an FYI. But I will go back to, it's at 2, but I'll put it at 5 because I didn't make that clear before. Valerie, you were killing it. I do disagree with whether or not China is violent and the kind of, I wrote a paper on torture in China, but that's neither here nor there. I think your bigger point is not defeated. Continue.
yeah, so I think men have to study other men, like what has been done, philosophers over time. What we do is we study civilizations. We see what works, what hasn't worked, what civilizations have lasted for a long time. Even though Black people in the United States don't necessarily have a civilization, but you can still have a nation within a nation. But to build a nation, you have to think of nation building properties and what that looks like, right? Jewish people tend to somewhat kind of have a mini nation in the United States. They have power, they have agency, they have hospitals, they have everything. You go to Thai neighborhoods, they have their thing. Irish people, they have their thing. What I want to say is, what is the thing that Black men have made here? So that way, when you have your children, even if a Black man gets with a biracial kid, it's still half Black. It's going to be deposited differently. You're going to go into that white neighborhood with your kid. Most of them don't come back to the Black neighborhood. So you have to realize, like, what are you building? What are you creating that is substantial, that is not something in your mind, and that is not something that is just for yourself, but for the collective, even for your own benefit. Because even if you want to say, well, I don't really care about Black women or whatever and all that stuff, at the end of the day, you're still Black. You're probably going to be deposited in a whole different way. A woman could remarry into a whole other culture and assimilate. A man can't do that. You can't run away from being a Black man. To the other men, they're going to be like, I don't want you here. Like, I don't want you marrying my children. Because you're going to be, technically from their mind, you're going to be what should lead. And actually, whether we like it or not, Black men have been leading. Maybe we don't like how they lead. Most of the senators that's ever Black senators, I think they've all been Black. They're male, right? I think there's only have 2 ever. Mayors, they've all been male. Community leaders, they've been male. So it's not like you haven't been doing, it's just that you haven't been doing it effectively. And that's the problem. Okay, that's it.
All right, between LB and Curry Up and Eat, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Curry Up and Eat, and then LB.
Okay.
Thanks, Valerie.
Okay. First, I wanted to say that my husband and I had the very same conversation earlier this week. Some guy called into Charlemagne, and he couldn't understand why a Black man would lower himself so far that he would actually get to begging Charlemagne for a book. He's like, why are we like? Why would we do this? He's like, I've never really heard like Black women sit down and, prostrate themselves in such a way that they would do this. And he was like, so embarrassed. And I said to him, you got to remember, honestly, I think it stems from, again, Black men only know to watch white men, because white men are the men who've always been in charge, in power over them from slavery onwards. And even now, when we're at a time where we can actively look to other men in our community, those men are still looking to white men for leadership. Compared to Black women who understood that we've never had autonomy over our bodies, we've never had autonomy over where we can go, we've never had any of that. But the one thing that we were sure of as Black women is that we were in control of our minds. And I think as time went on, what we have done as Black women is made sure that in that arena we're winning, and we're always going to be in charge of what we think and how we move through this world. Unfortunately, because we're tied to Black men and Black men are tied to us, we're constantly looking to them, pretty much as we did in slavery and after, to help us. And what Black men have been saying over and over, well, not they haven't said it, what they've been showing us over and over is that they don't want to lead. They don't want to be in charge. This is not their fight. The community is not their fight, because the way they act is that we're going to be giving birth to Black children. And if we're giving birth to Black children, then that's our problem, not theirs, because they can give birth, not give birth, but they can have children with other people that to their mind has nothing to do with the Black community, which is really messed up, because most of those women that they have children with will then turn around and tell them that those children are Black. And when they're really being generous, they'll say those children are biracial. But my point is that the reason why we're functioning differently is because Black women over time have learned to we've learned to manage. We've managed ourselves, we've managed our we've managed our school, managed our work, we managed all these things. And what has happened is that now we're at this crossroad where the newer generation is saying, you're not going to get me to make a child when I see that this is where I'm bringing the child. You're not going to get me to have a child with some, I don't want to say Randall, but some Jamal, Taquan. Right? I'm sorry.
You're fine. LB, I'm just going to give you the grace of speaking for 30 seconds.
You and this timer. I need 1 minute. Can I have 1 minute?
Just 30 seconds.
I'll talk
No.
later.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll try to do
Go with
this.
that.
Okay. So I just want you guys to listen for a second and really take in 3 quotes that I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna ask a question or make a statement. Okay. So I'm sorry, Themis. I promise it's relevant and important.
All right, go ahead.
Do not compare yourselves to others. If you do so, you are insulting yourself. Okay. That's number 1. A man who has no sense of history is like a man who has no ears or eyes. That's quote number 2. And then, where is it? I might not be on number 3. Oh, okay. Wait, sorry. Okay. Reading is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. Reading is not an end to itself, but a means to an end. All 3 of these quotes I love. If any of you guys like them, put one in the chat. I'm just curious. But by reading these quotes, I was sitting here reading these quotes, and I thought about something that I saw in the comments. Somebody in the comments, while the speaker before last was speaking, said, it was something along the lines of, if you believe in or if you trust in Biden, then that's the problem, or something like that, attacking what the woman was saying before she finished saying what she was saying. And what I'm going to say is that you can love something that somebody produced and accept something that somebody says without liking the person. I remember in high school, I really loved Winston Churchill quotes. And then I did a little research and I was like, ooh, no. And then to exemplify what I just said, that you can take what somebody says or does and appreciate that without fully being on board with that person, which is like a really important skill. All those quotes that I said in the beginning were by Adolf Hitler.
Not you tricking my chat. Absolutely not. See, this is why I don't play with you. Good night. Goodbye. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay.
No, but I get what you were saying though. All right, let's add everyone in the back. All right, before we go, Chef, is it Chief Cook?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
It's fine.
What say you?
I kind of disagree with that last caller. I mean, the last two ladies before. She was talking about how men lead. We can't get men to lead, and that we have not teach them how to lead, and that's the problem we have in the black community.
Wait, wait, wait. I don't the problem we have in the black community regarding leadership is what?
Yeah, we have before. We did had it. We had it on during the '60s. Then we lost it, and I'm probably older than you. You probably remember Man March a couple years ago, and there was a program to do all that. Get men
Wait,
back in
you
the
said we
house.
should teach men how to lead?
Yes, and
Wait,
unfortunately,
who should teach men how to lead?
well, first it start at home, and you got to start at home. Always got to start at home. You can't start in school. Can't start at home. And you have to start with a two parenting, mom and dad. You cannot do that without that leadership. Especially, we still trying to get more men to raise their sons and being that son's life. And it cannot do it in school. Cannot do it, and mom cannot do that. And we all know majority of women do not know how to raise a male child because they don't know how to make a child themselves. So we got to fix that problem right there. And plus,
How
you
do
got
we
two.
fix the so how do we fix the problem of fatherless children?
Like I said, it started home. We got to you got to reach out to them, reach out to the father, reach out to the grandfather, or any male leadership in their family to help start it, because we got to have a male influence. If we don't have male influence, we are going to lose this battle, and unfortunately, it's
But
still going.
you would agree, though, that it's not just male influence. The kind of male influence is important.
Yes.
Ti is a male influence, and that's not the kind of influence young boys should have.
No.
If the
We got
result is his son.
Yeah, we got too many. They're looking at rap, looking at movies and all that stuff, game stuff. We lost that battle, during the late '90s, the Johnson, the Gen X people, and you see it every day. As a former cop, I arrest people, juveniles. The first thing I do, I go visit their mom and dad. And back in the day, we used to ask that, man, how do you raise a kid? And now
Wait,
we can't raise that.
did we lose that power? Was it taken from us? Like, what is your theory on how we lost that power?
We lost it because I either be the bad guy, or we lost because we had people depend on the government, and we got generation of government dependence to this day.
So we lost power in the black community, and by we, I'm assuming you're saying black men.
Yes. When
So
the
black
government,
men, we lost power because we depended on the government.
well, mom depended on the government. Mom, remember back what the government told mom and grandma and your sister and aunt and uncles. You
All
don't
right.
need no man. We don't
That's
need no.
what that. So you didn't say that explicitly, but that's what I assumed you wanted to say. All right.
Yes. So we have.
Wait. Let me get the question out first.
Go ahead.
How did black women, depending on the government, lead to black men not having power?
Because we had single parenthood. A generation of
No.
single parent.
You're not answering.
I understand how the government did it because they told the mothers and some of you know
Wait,
we don't
question.
need
How
you.
old are you? Do you mind telling me your age?
I'm 51.
All right, you're an elder, at least to me. So I want to show the utmost respect to you. And please, in the chat, no disrespect. We don't disrespect our elders. I do, however, want to know, how does female dependency on the system for support led to black men losing power? Because if the female had to depend on the system for support, there is an implication that there is a lack somewhere. So can you explain?
Yeah, it's like somewhere. I mean, back in the day, we did had a black church, and a black church was did help. Doing back then now, is out is nowhere in sight no more. The black church was the heart of the black community.
Wait, no,
Keeping the
no,
family. I
wait.
don't. I'm gonna
I'm
get out. Go
kind of
ahead.
confused. I don't know how we got to the black church.
No, I'm just saying, it inspired us to
Wait,
keep
wait,
the
wait.
form.
All right, can we? I want to focus in on
Top.
women. Well, you said female, right? So
Mm,
women, female. Saying female is so unnatural for me.
go ahead.
Female,
Say for women.
women depending on the system.
Some, not all. Thank God. Some.
Huh?
I say
Yeah,
some, not
okay,
all.
yeah. But you said women depending on the system cause men to lose power. And I'm confused. And when I asked you, you said the single motherhood rate. And I'm not seeing the connections.
Well, okay,
Can you?
I'm correct. Okay, I'm in cop for 35 years. Okay, so I work for the system. I seen how the system works inside and out. I seen how the black community rise and fell during 50s and the 60s and the 70s, 80s. I seen it. I seen how the single mother increased during the years because I seen kids without fathers. I arrested kids who have been juvenile without no they didn't hold without no uh uh uh
All right,
any.
wait.
Mm,
Sorry.
go ahead.
My question is
I'm getting the audit.
about the connection between depending on the system, single motherhood increase, and man losing power.
Okay. I'm gonna get to the point. Okay, uh, we know some back in the early '60s, we seen government gave certain things to women to make sure that men are not in the house. They're and they go on to this day. Some of it, and they are creating that system. Make sure because biggest fear they don't want strong black men raising family,
Who
raising the
don't
house.
want wait? Who does not want a strong black man raising?
The government, family, and some white
All right.
supremacists.
So the government does not want strong black men, and so they did what?
But they took no, like I said, what they took, gave him something. I know you heard about LBJ his things he done. Make sure that we give you this, we give you this, some stuff, and as long as you don't have no male in your family take care of you, or anything like that. And I'm about to get you a question. I'm about to get you a question.
But
And they
all right,
don't
I
want,
mean,
and they,
you're highlighting a policy that wasn't even in for more than 4. Like all right,
I understand it.
continue.
Okay,
I'm not going to
yeah.
interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, I understand it, and it's keep going. We live in certain cities and certain towns where the government, gave assistance programs to make sure that the fathers are not in control out, and that's what I'm trying to say is that we
All
don't.
right, wait. The
Mm,
state made programs
to
where
keep the father out of home.
how?
How? I mean, okay, you say welfare, food stamps, and
All right,
other government
So
assistance.
wait. Let's step back. If you're saying welfare is what took black men out of the home, essentially is what you're saying.
Yes,
All right.
some of it, not all of it, some of it. And it depends where you or what state you're from.
Wait. Don't continue, please.
Okay.
So welfare took black men out of the home.
Mm.
Were these their homes?
Yes, they told out of homes where they told black women you cannot have male in their home. So
No. So if it took black men out of the home, presumably they did not own these homes.
yes,
All right. So welfare took black men out of women's home.
yes.
And you're saying at this time before welfare took black men out of the home, black men were leaders.
Yes, they were
But they
leading to
were
the.
at her home.
They were their home, not her home, his home,
Well, then welfare couldn't have taken them out of their own home.
where if do you understand what a welfare program is?
Yeah, but
do you know what
I
a
am
model
with
is?
someone, wait, if you're with someone, Chief,
Hmm.
and you bought your home and you have your woman living with you and she decided to go on welfare, uh, are you
It's,
saying because she got on welfare
no,
and there's a policy in there that said you cannot
no,
be in the home, you are leaving your home?
no. Well, first of all, no
Wait, wait,
man.
wait, wait.
Wait,
So
wait. No
no,
man is gonna
no,
have.
don't tell me to wait. Wait.
Uh,
I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. I'm trying to get the
mm,
question to you.
mm.
So we both agree that these men didn't own these homes.
Yes, but some men. No. Some
No,
men did.
no, I'm asking you a question. So you disagree. Are you saying these men own these homes and were removed from their own home?
No.
All right.
I'm good with that.
So they didn't own their homes. Who
No.
owned these homes then?
Well, mom owned the home. Some women
All
own the
right.
homes,
So if the
and
man is living with a woman who owned the home, the presumption here is that he's not leading in terms of providing.
right.
But you're arguing that prior to health welfare, um, taking black men out of the home, they were leading. Does your definition of leadership comes with being dependent on someone for housing?
You mean it had a house? You mean someone being had a house? Yes.
Yeah.
If the man had a house, yes.
So you can be a leader even though you're dependent. You can lead your family even though you're dependent on the woman for housing. Like you're
No,
essentially
no,
okay.
I'm not.
So they
No,
all right. So if you're saying no to that, then they weren't leading at that point.
correct.
All right. So how do you make the argument with any sort of confidence that welfare took men out of the home who were leading? They weren't leading if they were
They
taken out of
wasn't.
the home
They
by
wasn't leaving a
welfare.
period. Remember, they wasn't leaving a period.
All right,
Remember,
but you know your argument though, you're agreeing with me now, but your argument was that because of welfare taking black men out of the home, somehow that indicate black men stopped leading because of welfare. But they weren't leading prior to welfare.
right.
All
I
right.
agree with that.
So
I agree with that. I agree that before welfare came, we did have men leading. We did have men raising their family, take care of their family, take care of their wife. No,
again, but they couldn't have been leading if welfare took them out of the home.
yeah, true. But some areas that some we did not create uh, uh, that pathway often because we had more. Depends, I do have to say, it depends on city, it depends how that person was raised, and we did have men who did lead, did everything, man. Then a generation came up where that all that changed. It changed, it changed where system said, well, we'll give you certain things, especially demographic or a certain party, trying to make sure the power of the women, strengthen women
Um,
power.
so thank you. Well, I'm gonna let you finish.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
I know you got time.
no, you're fine. I'm just gonna thank you. I don't think I have anything further to ask you. I mean, you can conclude. You have 30 seconds to like wrap up or tell us anything else that you want to tell us.
I was just trying to say was we got to strengthen the family. We got to work together with both men and women. We got to get back into church. We have to teach men to be men. That far and let not this divided between men and women. We can't have other groups divide us. We have to keep watch our way teaching in school because there are some schools that try to take Father's Day and they like that out of school. So men not have that idea. Oh, we got have a father home. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say. We got to empower ourselves and it start with a home.
All right.
And that's all we're trying to say. I'm just saying, we just start with mom and dad or grandparents or somebody or some male figure in that young man's life to help him lead. And we can't do that if we keep dividing each other.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye. Um, there is an epidemic of poor conflict resolution among Black men. Instead of getting counseling, they try to alpha through it to horrific results. My observation. I think part of that is true. Um, most Black women work in physical labor during and after enslavement. It was unlawful not to. Let's be real, Black men. Black men took Black men out of the home. I mean, my line of question, thank you, Confidence with Love. My line of questioning didn't even really begin. Like, even in terms of provision and competing with wealth, like, so let me, I don't like insulting people or people's intelligence or anything like that. So it's very difficult to do this, what I'm about to, well, I'm gonna have to. It's okay to not come up. I know that I have created a platform where, welcome Trini. I know I created a platform where in the beginning, I begged men to come up and share their thoughts with me. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it anymore. Like, it's fine. You don't have to. I realize that if people wanted to be really mean, they would cut this video and my live stream of Black men talking and trying to explain some things and kind of use it against Black men in this dialogue, online dialogue, that is. So every single woman who came up thus far were able. I'm done. UAG Rose, go ahead. By the way, I'm going to give this panel, let me add 2 more people, 20 minutes as a collective. Now, please be respectful of each other, because at 20 minutes, I'm just removing everyone. And you guys have a right to interrupt the person talking to say, look, absolutely not, let someone else talk.
Davis is out here campaigning for sainthood, as I said before. But yeah, I couldn't help but like just like the no flex zone was playing in my song when I heard the brothers in that on that panel that you showed the clip of saying, and y'all know better. Like, do your research. If you don't want to understand your impact on us as the opposite of you, like I really do wonder if Black men can like put themselves to the side for a second and say, for all the children that you have fathered, what is your ethos around parenting? What is the end goal you have in mind for the children that you have? Because if you can't see us and how you wear on us and how this whole eternal back and forth is wearing on our children, then fine, take us out of the equation. What do you want for your children? Because if you really think about your children, if the issue really is us, I'm sorry, but as a parent, as a mother, if I see that there are circumstances that I cannot get past with the co-parent of my child, then I am going to continue to go hard at my capacity and leave you to go hard in your capacity. And let's just work toward the common, proper, and progressive welfare of the children. They're not even doing that. You continue to come at us and say, "Oh well, you know," with these alloplastic defenses, which again is attributed to having narcissistic personality disorder.
Pause,
Like
1 minute,
full-blown
1
clinical.
second, 1
Mhm.
second. I just paused the time as you go. These men are replace ownership with renting and ask who was on the lease to rent, girl. Ain't nobody got time for that. Go ahead.
Yes, like okay, you say that you were taken out of the home. What was the quality of your presence in the home? What was your impact on the children? You can't say that, oh, that this program took you out of the home, but what were you adding to the dynamic when you were in there? Oh, this whole ruling with the iron fist thing. I don't think so. That doesn't work in the process. That's not conducive to child raising. What are you talking about? It continues to be, we're the reason why you're not in the home. How we appear is the reason why you don't want to be a man. Our attitude is the reason why you can't guide in the community. Like that, we have nothing to do with your financial stability, your the effication of your credit, the ability for you to make better decisions as far as keeping yourself out of harm's way legally. Like there's so many other things that have nothing to do with us. That's solely on y'all and your standing in the world, that have nothing to do with the woman, that you don't even say they get locked up for what? Gang banging. Get locked up for what? Weed. Get locked up for what? Fighting in the street. Oh, I don't have good credit. Oh, because when I don't know how to invest my money. I don't know how to use my money. Again, why? How? I don't understand. It's not mathing. This really is not it's not adding up for me. If you can go through a whole conversation, have a whole conversation where you talk about what is really facing y'all, you would understand that some of these men these young boys that are out here, as the young woman said, pewing up schools and shooting and firing, would actually, there would actually be a place where they could come into a group, a community of men. Hey, don't be out here taking other people's lives, saying that you don't feel wanted. We want you. We'll raise you. What are your emotional issues? What are your psychological issues? If you feel that you're deficient in your learning capacity, how can we support you in education? How can we tutor and mentor you? There are plenty of children. There are more children than there are days of the week that men can have a positive impact. But yet, how many more men would have a rap sheet before they have a sheet of all of the programs that they're involved in within their community as single men, in order to positively affect the children that they see running all over the neighborhood that they know, according to them, are all born to single moms.
Yeah. Let me pause this. Welfare didn't to black men at the home. The show of manufacturing jobs in 50s and 60s made their labor obsolete, which meant they couldn't provide. Interestingly enough, the idea that it's an epidemic that Black women were being single mothers is not as true. Well, I mean, it is true, but there were men abandoning their homes previous to the Welfare Act. In fact, welfare came as a sort of help to women who were abandoned. Check the Moynihan Report, which is not something I cite on ever really. However, the bigger point is that when it comes to access to employment and training, we are very far behind in an information age where our physical bodies are no longer the main equipment. It's our brain, it's our minds. And if we cannot develop in that way, I feel like we're gonna lose. Sorry, I'm gonna read these super chats before, and then we can continue. I pause the timer. That was excruciating. He does not know the difference between leading and delegating. For some particular reason, these men use them interchangeably. I won't respond to that. Thank you, MJ. There is a paucity that comes up. And I think even in the people who are deciding, oh, I want to help, there is just this unwillingness to accept certain realities. I'm going to leave it there. Isn't it true that Welfare Reform Act 1990 stopped the practice of removing men from the home when women applied for assistance? The Welfare Reform Act was to support unmarried couples and family. Well, it was actually for white people, let's be honest, and it didn't take white men out of the home, at least not at the rate that it apparently took Black men out of the home. But no one want to talk about that portion. No one want to talk about the fact that Black women being on there created this literal political movement talking about welfare queen as an insult to Black women, and how this was not for, like, the fact that Black women started using it was a shock to the establishment, and they actually vehemently opposed it as a political talking point. Like, conservatives made it very clear. But if we're going to go with that welfare was bad for the family, sure, go with that. Now you provide for the family. Because if you're saying that you did not have a job as a man because of the offshoring of these factories, right? What should these women have done? Like, I'm confused. What should these women who then ultimately went and petitioned the Supreme Court to allow you back in the home, what should they have done? Because you didn't own the home, because if you owned the home, you wouldn't have been kicked out of your home. If it is an apartment, are you both on the lease? Is she the one on the lease? Because if you were, if you weren't, that's a problem. Also, if you're having prey, I saw the comment of the gentleman that just responded talking about, oh, well, maybe she owns the lease and it's an apartment, so it prevented him from coming in the. Why are you impregnating people where you don't live in the same house? Like, none of your responses make sense, and you're just there twerking, and no one cares about what you have to say. Like, I can tell you straight up, I don't care what you have to say. I was actually not even going to pull your comment up and respond to it because I literally could not care less. I have a radical partial solution to much of the issues in America today. Mandatory 2-year military service for everyone, male, female, gay, straight. Absolutely not. That is not. That's the Moynihan report's policy prescription. Moynihan believed black men to learn masculinity needed to be in the military because black men weren't masculine. I don't actually. I think black men should continue to quote the Moynihan report because I think they should. All right, continue. The panel can continue. Sorry about that. Anyone can do it. You guys need to. That was 5. You guys have 15 minutes. I would do 2 minutes per person, but I want to see how you guys share time.
Themis, I wanted to. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Oh, I wanted to add a retort to the young lady that had last spoken. She had made some really good points about what does it mean about the definition of black manhood. I don't know if there's a redefinition that is required, because I know sometimes when men hear that, they might get triggered. They're like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean define me? Does that mean I'm a female now or something? But no, it really does mean that perhaps there needs to be a revamping in the culture of black men. It doesn't seem as though they're culturally indoctrinated at this point to be too overly concerned about paternity or about child rearing. I think that if you were to be a fly on the wall of a lot of barbershops, what you might hear them talking more about is, maybe getting their sons into programs and things like that. But unfortunately, I have overheard a lot of these conversations, and most of them talk about macking. Most of them, they really talk more about macking. They talk about women. They talk about their other women in addition to their
Sorry,
wives.
what is macking?
Macking, M-A-C-K, like the Return of the Mac, macking, like picking up women.
Oh, gotcha.
So, I think that in itself is very culturally relevant to the definition of what black manhood is, because that's what they're telling you is what they care about. You hear it in the music that they create. You see it in the way that they behave on the streets. They are very, 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 very focused on sex and sexuality, and that is a part of their culture. So when Officer TB Moth was going on and on about how we need 2 parents in the household, I'm so glad, Themis, that you brought up T.I., because he is a great example of having a father in the home and his presence there being inextricably toxic. So just because you have a man in the home doesn't mean that every kid that comes out of that home is going to be okay, because a lot of kids aren't with both a mother and a father in the home, and that's because those children are influenced by the culture that their father represents. So I wonder if that's where we should start. The young lady had brought up some good points about, about black women offering help to young and frustrated youth. We have a knack for always helping everybody. I guess it's just a part of the black woman's spirit. And that's one of the things that makes us very beautiful. But it really kept bringing up a YouTube panel just like this that another creator had. I don't even remember his name anymore. It's not important. But his topic of the panel was, how can black women keep black men from committing S? He had the word king in his channel name or whatever, but somebody really needed to pull him aside and tell him that was probably one of the most emasculating questions I've ever heard a grown man ask other men about women. Your mental health is not necessarily our responsibility. We can lead you to water, but your mental health is your responsibility. People who can give you that advice can only do so much. You have to take the responsibility to do it for yourself. And maybe that's also a part of the culture that's lacking. I just wanted to know your thoughts.
I mean, pause. I agree. Obviously, I don't. I think the kinds of relationship you form are more important than that you have a relationship. That a father has a relationship with a child does not mean the influence is going to be good. And in some world, it's better not to have that person around if they're going to just be degenerate and bad. So, I mean, I ultimately agree with what I think your theory is, but I'm I probably shouldn't have let someone else spoke before you. So I'll get around back to it because I don't want to keep up the panel. But I generally agree with you. And I don't think that ultimately the someone said the culture took black men out of the home. And I think that's probably true.
I agree with
Um,
that too.
Erica De Niro, yesterday black women were welfare queens, but today black women are the most educated in the US. Black women have effectively changed their social image. Black man, it's your turn. It is our turn. Don't you try to pray that report for don't you try to pry, sorry, that report from their hands. No, I mean I want them to continue use it. At this point, just continue. Just use it. Use it as much as you can. I will repeat, you guys only have 12 minutes left.
Okay, I'm gonna
So
be real quick. Can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay. So I think honestly with the question of black men's healing is our responsibility. I don't think it's black women's responsibility whatsoever. I think if we really want them to heal, we will remove ourselves temporarily from basically any conversation that they lead, except for going in there to hear where their mindset is for our own protection. I don't think black men have us in mind whatsoever. If you go to any of most of the panels in which they're on, they are only talking about sex. They are only talking about having their children. They are only talking about what they can get out of it and how it benefits them. They don't care about black women. And that is just the honest truth. So how I think they can heal is on their own. And I think black women need to focus on our own healing because we have a lot to do, especially as a group. Even myself, initially I was very pro-black, very pro-black men, very everything. And even within my own family, although I haven't grown up in typical struggles, I'm starting to open my eyes to how black men within my own family have issues that I think I had blinders on before. I'm looking at how the black women in my family are very educated and they stick with black men, even to their detriment. And I see that it's not reciprocated with the men whatsoever. They are
Pause.
doing.
I was not going to bring this comment up, but as soon as you said it, I have to. We'll never succeed as much as other groups because we lack empathy other groups have for themselves. No group will succeed with one gender. Agreed. But now you need to continue and put the blame where it needs to go because black women, even with their success, tend to go and try to help black men. As a general matter, that is what tends to happen. Educated black women tend to try to get men, even if they're not educated. They become successful and turn them into managers. Like, I don't know, Mary J. Blige, just pick a name. Pick a name at this point. And that happens. So like saying we need it's the both sides argument that I find absolutely abhorrent. Like it's not both sides. Actually, I think black men need to have a lot more empathy for black women. This is not even a question. So you throwing it out here and being vague is ridiculous, kind of. Continue. Sorry.
All right. And I just want to say it doesn't matter if they came from a two-parent household. It doesn't matter if they came from a single-parent household. Within my own family, I'm seeing the same trend. Black women are marrying men who have kids. They are childless. They're marrying men who are not educated. They are educated with masters, valedictorians of Howard, everything of that regard. So it's just very interesting to see that dichotomy when I finally open my eyes to what's really going on. And I hope more Black women do too. So that's all I had to say. Thank you so much for having me on. And goodbye.
I would like to piggyback off of that.
Yeah, go ahead. Turning the fry guy into your manager. Yeah, I need to stop. Go in the corner.
Okay. First, I want to say, like, before I even piggyback off that statement, was going to college and going to art school specifically, you have to put up with whatever your teacher, your professor, or the person you're interning for tells you. They may rip your work apart. They may really appreciate it, but you're going to get a critique in front of the whole class, and you're going to have to be able to articulate why you made your creative decisions. I cannot fathom or even imagine what a reaction would be of, like, oh, you're bashing me, to the teacher, to the professor, to whoever you're interning for. So it's baffling to me to hear people say that, like, any form of someone giving you an honest critique, and it's really an honest critique, it's not calling you out of your name or anything like that, saying that it's bashing. Just because you're not used to hearing people talk, like, give you feedback or try to have a conversation with you as a human being, does not mean it's bashing. Welcome to the rest of the world. Secondly, last time I was on this panel, I talked about an article that I read where a Black man said that if you turn Black men inside out, it's a white woman. And I said, if you turn Black women inside out, you're gonna have to guess what that is. I'm gonna openly state what that is because I have a point to make. Just after the week that I've had, if you turn a Black woman inside out, you actually get an Asian man. So I've been on several panels in the last couple of months with Asians, whether it's Asian solidarity, just hearing their point of view of everything that's going on, them wanting to speak up more, et cetera, et cetera. The thing that I've noticed is that Black women panels and Asian men panels are exactly the same in terms of what are we doing wrong? How do we fix the community? Why are our counterparts leaving, or why are they behaving the way they are?
Wait, pause. We need to pause. What's the thing? Pause for the cause? Because I'm not saying I completely agree with you on this, but like this is a moment, and I appreciate this moment. Continue.
They call each other out when they need to, and it's not even calling each other out. It's taking accountability, saying that, like, if you, like, what are you doing to improve your life? If you feel that you're unattractive or you're not being chosen, quote unquote, what is it that you haven't done first before you start blaming your counterparts? And it's even if there's like a racial comment of any sort, okay, you're going to keep believing the media, but are you actually having conversations with the people that you're claiming to have an issue with? It's just seeing things like that where it's like, you're not going to have, like, it's seeing that, and then also having friends who are non-Black that aren't Asian as well, just take accountability when they have to make a decision. I have friends who they didn't initially want kids because they admitted to themselves, they sat down, admitted to themselves that they were afraid to think of someone outside of themselves. They were afraid of worrying about someone outside of themselves, and they had a real heart-to-heart reflection with themselves. So it's very irritating to me whenever, even right now, when we're having conversations like that, like this, where it's even looking at this panel, we have men here and there, but it's mainly Black women again trying to figure out how do we fix a issue that ain't even our problem. Like, I just don't even, my brain can't even compute. And that leads me to
8 minutes. I'm just announcing 8 minutes to everyone else, but continue.
Last point, it's going to be really quick. We're going to have to get used to the idea, and this is shout out to Erica for saying this in the chat as well, of like, we have to get comfortable with the idea of we need to start having conversations about accountability in terms of what are we now developing as Black women for other Black women and Black little girls. The next time we have general conversations, or the next time we're talking about communities, we cannot leave out children because they exist, they are here, and we no longer, like, if we are told by a particular portion of our community that they're not interested, that they're not going to do the work, we know what we got to do, but we just don't want to do it. Okay, cool. Let's move on to the next generation. No problem. I was watching Legendary with my roommates, and we loved that subculture, and just thinking about what does a Black woman subculture look like, and also taking accountability with how much things that we've internalized by operating in Black male culture so long, and what we need to leave behind. That's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you,
All
Thames.
right, thank you. I'm pausing the timer to just announce, not that anyone did anything wrong, but I am definitely going to stick to this timer. Just an FYI, continue. Anyone else can take it.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, anyone.
Okay. So first of all, I am a licensed therapist and I focus on and specialize in trauma. And hello?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we only got a few minutes, so.
Okay, I can hear anything. So a lot of stuff that I see that a lot of these men are doing is just trauma responses. So a lot of the hypersensitivity to criticism, which isn't like an actual like bashing, is like accountability that a lot of these people are lacking. And the placing blame is just defense mechanisms, and that's just a form of avoiding the issue that you actually need to focus on. So blaming other people is just avoidance mechanism. So that's why I notice a lot in a lot of these like panels with when the men come up. And majority of my clients are women. And whenever I do have Black women clients, a lot of the times they tell me that their Black fathers or Black male relatives talk them out of going to therapy and make fun of them for going to seek help. So I'll just leave that there. A lot of them do need to seek help, but one of the main proponents of therapy is self-determination. And if you lack that and do not want to get help, then that's not on anyone. So that's it. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. For those in the back, I'll bring you up after the timer runs out. Continue.
All right, Themis. This is Obi. I agree with her because like 8 years ago, I had depression and I didn't know I had depression because I didn't think African men could have depression. Everybody around me was asking me to go to therapy and I refused. I was like, that's for weak people. That's the definition of toxic masculinity anyway, because that was killing me. I was pretending to be a tough guy, but depression was actually killing me. It was until I've accepted that there's something going on. And if my relationships are going to be better, which I want healthy, beautiful relationships, I have to look in the mirror because I'm the common denominator in all my failed relationships. So I went to therapy and that transformed me over like 2 years. I reconciled with my father that I did not like. Me and my father had a very contentious relationship growing up. I had to face it. I had to go to him. We talked about it, had tough conversations, forgave each other, and it has helped me become a better human being. The transformation I had with my father helped transform my relationship with my son. So like we have to come to the point where we can tell other Black men that it's okay to go and talk to a professional that takes care of mental health. The same way it's okay to go to a doctor to take care of your physical health. Like there's nothing wrong with that. We are humans, we have stress, we break down, and all these trauma has consequences. We cannot alpha our way through that kind of trauma. So we need to just go to professionals to help us be mentally stronger so we can actually start building families that are functional, being functional dads in the home, and leading our women properly and creating a good community. That's all I got to say.
Period. Thank you. Continue. You guys have 4 minutes.
Okay, Thamus. I came up here because of the guy, the police, former police officer, and this is all I'm about to say. I had a history class not too long ago, and I had to write a assignment as writing as somebody was a former sharecropper or whatever, and we had to discuss afterwards why we chose who we chose. What they I don't know why these men's points is always talking about the 80s and 90s when it comes to welfare, when it started in the 20s and 30s and 40s at the beginning of the welfare program. Like, don't they know like when it started with the whole New Deal and the AA movement and act and stuff, they left, the men left to get extra money, but they never sent no dime, no anything to the women. Even when the whole Welfare Act started around that time, the military that they sent down was giving all of that to the white people.
Wait, is that it?
Yeah, no. I mean, you guys can come in. By the way, it's not one person talk. Like, you guys can come in and talk to. In you guys have 3 minutes.
Okay, I was
3
trying to be
minutes.
respectful, but yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. Let's see. I want to get started by saying, it's really troubling that I'm hearing everything that's going on right now because it really seems like across the board, men are trying to recreate history by saying that they've done so much, and it's like you didn't do much. You did it for yourself, so that way you could be on top. Let's just be honest. Most black men today are blaming two different sets of generations that didn't create the setup at all. So you're blaming someone who had nothing to do with the problem. Another thing that I'm noticing in that is that a lot of males have a very bad problem of admitting the truth about their male counterparts because they stutter a lot when they don't want to get out the truth. If you notice in that video, they took that man a very long time to admit the truth. And it takes these guys a very long time to admit the truth. They're always going, and it's just really annoying. Black women have come up here so far today to have they've had very tangible solutions. And so far from what I've heard, the males come up with today in the chat and online is just a whole lot of excuses, a bunch of jokes in the chat, even though we're trying to be serious, deflections, dismissiveness, and just plain fake outrage. And a lot of women are saying it's enough. And yes, it is enough. You do not have to coddle them at all. And their mental capacity is not whatsoever your problem. Do not give them a gray area. You give them a gray area, it's going to be a missed signal. Okay? Just do what you need to do and do it for yourself. And I'm done.
Thank you. It was under FDR. Black men treat therapy like church. They expect black women to heal for them, but hold on to the parts that serve them. When that info better are demonized. I don't know what WN is here. Does anyone know? You guys have 2 minutes, a minute.
Yeah, I got cut off. My apologies, James, but I just wanted to finish saying that I heard an OG, an older man that is in the manosphere, but actually is like a voice of reason, make a very valid point, and I still hold to it to this day, that when it comes to Black men correcting other Black men, they don't want to do it, and the reason why they don't want to do it is because usually any form of critique results in violence or deflection. So there's a level of violence that comes forward or menacing vitriol when it comes to actually saying, well, what about the issues that you have? And they don't want to hear it. Sorry.
Yes, I know you did that. Thank you all. I will point out that someone said in the chat that unfortunately a lot of Black men aren't able to articulate themselves, and I should give grace because they're not learning to speak and all of that stuff. Here's the thing. All right, let's not do here's the thing. I do miss the time when being an intellectual was something to aspire to, and those quote unquote barbershop talks, no matter how degenerate they are today, I wish they were thought out at least. And it's like, even if you're wrong, be able to articulate yourself at least somewhat. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. And by that I don't mean like, I hope you don't think that you have to be like smart using big words and like your sentence. I mean, this is so bad, but like your sentences don't even have to flow properly. Like, you don't have to speak in complete sentences. I just need you to get the idea out, and I will do my best to understand that which you're saying. That's all I ask for. But here's the thing that I'm not about to do. I'm not I'm not about to ask Al to come up. Like, I'm not doing that because last time I did that, I'm tired of being embarrassed. But anywho, let's continue. Prince Petty, let's go with you first.
I might need some more time to collect my thoughts.
Ah, girl. Not Miss Allen. Natalie.
Sorry. Hey, Themis, thank you for having me on. It's my first time.
Oh, welcome, and thank you for coming on. I appreciate you being there.
Oh, I appreciate you. And I
Yeah,
just wanted to say,
before you
um,
continue, wait, someone is dragging me. Let me read this drag. I disagree, Themis. We all speak. We all speak English and have even taken classes on it in primary and secondary school. Black men want to have the white man position, and because he could not obtain it, he decided to oppress the black woman and separate himself from the black community. Go ahead.
so I just wanted to speak on, well, first off, sorry, I'm trying to find an appropriate corner. First, I've worked in a grocery store for years. And so I guess you can say I'm a statistic. You know, my mom was valedictorian of our high school, graduated in 3 years as a Jamaican immigrant. And then went to school for a finance and accounting degree. And then my dad barely graduated high school, barely, like barely, yeah, yeah. So I'm very much a statistic in that aspect, and so this welfare argument gets to me because I watched my mom turn $40 into a week and a half worth of groceries. I've watched her take WIC, Medicaid,
Someone
doctor's
wanted to
appointments.
know if your dad was ADOS.
Oh, absolutely not. He actually told my mom that he was from Spain, and my mom's obviously this man is a Jamaican man. She met his mom, and he was the most Jamaican woman she's ever seen on the face of this earth. Like, I mean, he's a pathological liar who will lie about anything.
Where was he
So,
from?
he was from Kingston, and my mom is from Waterford.
But before you get into there, wait. Remember that film, that Great Debater with Denzel? Those men were so articulate. Bring that back. Period. Thank you, Trini. Not Themis begging y'all to be articulate. Not Themis. I'm telling y'all you don't have to be. Go ahead, sorry. So your dad lied to your mom, and he was also from Jamaica?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah. Your dad your dad lied to your mom about where he was from. Where was he from, the country?
He was from Kingston, Jamaica.
And he told her he was from Spain.
Yeah, he said he was from Barcelona.
Did
I
she
don't know.
ask him to speak Spanish?
She couldn't even get that far in the lie. I promise you, she couldn't even get that far.
Oh my God, continue. Sorry. Yeah.
It's funny so when I hear people like Sincere or other men blame their moms or single moms, I think back on my life, and I watched her. I mean, I watched her make a way out of no way, and for me to not turn myself into a statistic, the quote unquote girl with daddy issues, I wouldn't say forgive my father, but I had to understand the place that he was coming from. He obviously was a person who did not want to be a parent. And lo and behold, here we are, his 2 kids, and the world has expectations of him. And he, for whatever reason, can't meet them. And, you know, I'm an adult now. The world has expectations of me. I have to pay my taxes. I have to feed myself. I have to get to work. I have to get from point A to point B. I couldn't allow my quote unquote daddy issues be the reason why I can't do any of those things.
Wait, so I mean, that is amazing. And I'm very annoyed because all I'm thinking about are questions like did he have a fake accent? Why Spain?
I guess he thought it was exotic. Listen, that's not even his craziest lie. I think my mom at one point heard him saying that he helped out during 9/11. He helped the firefighters. You
So
know,
wait, so
yeah.
he just made stuff up.
He's-
Alright, I mean, I'm not gonna press.
Delusions of grandeur. Like it's an yes.
well, he is well for me, but I mean, you know what? As a kid, I was a very intuitive child. And I picked up on from a very young age that he wanted to appear as the best dad in the world more than he actually wanted to be that. Again, he didn't actually, and I understand. I don't want to have kids my damn self, drop them kids off 2022.
Period.
But but I mean, I have, I have the sense to be on birth control. He does not have the sense to do that, and he did
I'm
not.
assuming he has a ton of children.
He, as far as I know, I haven't spoken to him in like well over 10 years, but as far as I know, he had 2 other kids.
Hmm.
I don't know if they had more. I do know that he hasn't paid his child support since I was 12 because I think his new wife had a tax back come in, and the government on my mom's behalf took it and sent it her way. So I guess he still owes money.
All right. Well, I won't go any more into your life because this is fascinating. I need to do a story time where y'all come up and you don't have to come on camera and just tell me these stories. Because
oh, I would win, Themis. I haven't even like scratched the surface. My mom said I should start a YouTube channel and tell my dad stories. Me and my sister.
Well, you can come on here and tell me the story. Well, you can do your own channel, but you can come tell me your stories because this sounds like a mess, and I'm not a part of it, so I like to hear about it.
I can laugh about it now.
Yeah.
So I've learned that I hear what they're saying, especially when you show that clip of the man's panel. I hear what they're saying, and you can say post-traumatic slave disorder, you can say welfare, you can say this, but you do have to at some point acknowledge what you have and what you can do with it and where you're going. And my mom said a very poignant thing to me at one point. She said, Natalie, you can't get to heaven on my faith. And I've taken that same principle and applied it to other things. I can't get to anywhere in life on somebody else's work. At some point I have to put in effort and at least try one step at a time. And, I wish my male peers will at least take the first step. I mean, you don't have to go to Harvard. You can go to community college. It's all worth the same in the end,
I mean, I disagree on that, but yes, I could go
well,
ahead.
at least,
thank you, Sapphire. Go ahead.
At least make an attempt, So I, in the end, that's the words I choose to live by. I can't get to heaven on my mom's faith. And so I have to take what she's provided me and run with it.
I really like that. I can't get to heaven on someone else's faith. You said your mom, but I like that. I do like that a lot. Continue. Oh, sorry.
Oh, and and then the welfare thing, it bugs me too, because working behind the register, we don't pay attention to what people buy. What are you buying, lube and party balloons? I don't know. I'm not paying attention what your groceries are. But it's fascinating because, okay, take for example, WIC. All you can buy on WIC is fruits and vegetables, milk, eggs, and dairy products. None of the men are on the WIC pamphlet, so they can't actually sign. I mean, I know there are kids. That's why you have the WIC sheets, but there are no fathers or it's. And I've seen grandmas, I've seen aunties, I've even seen older brothers and sisters sign for it. And it's interesting that I don't see really the dads picking it up. And if I do ever get to see one, he has no idea what you're allowed to get. He's not prepared. And you can't depend on something like WIC or even food stamps to even do your daily grocery shopping. I've done the price changes at a grocery store. I know how much things cost. No one's living off of callaloo and milk and 3 eggs. I don't understand this concept of depending on welfare. How?
Yeah.
What are you eating? Where are you living?
Her comment is going on my vision board. Mine too. It's now going to be a part of my life.
So thank you. Thank you all. I just wanted to say that, speak my little piece, and I appreciate your channel, Themis, and I look forward to it every day. And you've inspired me to go to dental school. You
Yay!
inspired me to, I'm going to repeat that.
Whoa. Are you saying you're inspired to go to dental school to come fix my teeth?
No. No, please don't do that to me, Themis. Don't make me out to be that person. No. No.
Capricorn.
No, I'm right now I'm currently going back to school to be a dental hygienist. But I always told myself I could never go past a 4-year degree because I thought that just would take too long and it's too much and it's too hard. And when you said people aren't willing to do the work Beyonce is willing to put in, people aren't willing to go to medical school and go to law school. I felt like you were calling me out. You called me out on my my bullish, and I said I can't get back on Beyonce's internet, Themis's YouTube, and keep telling myself that I can't do it, and I didn't even try.
You should try, and you should try and keep updating us on all the progress throughout your time there.
Oh, thank you. And absolutely. And, I became a member, so I'll be here. I didn't get my members dance, though, Themis, but.
Here's your members dance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I appreciate you. And if there's any advice I'm giving is continue to do what you're doing and get your education. Do not listen to these people who have no self-esteem. It's not low self-esteem. Any man telling you not to get an education has no self-esteem, and they want to bring you down with them. So hopefully that's the one thing you get from me is go get your education.
Oh, thank you, Themis.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Prince Petty, concerning Prince Petty, do you guys have anything to add?
I wanted to add, just to clarify my comment, because one of the things Obi said about going to therapy and the journey there, it was triggering and enlightening for me because I realized that, within church, a lot of times these men are usually so religious, but they don't, you go to church, you're not there. So, a lot of times the women are running the church, financing the church. The only males that are there are the pastor and maybe the sub pastor or whatever. And so I just saw that parallel. WN is women. I tend to send a lot of super chats, so I'm trying to balance my budget in characters. But the point being is that they want us to heal, and then they want us to be holy, and all the above, and they expect us to be healed and holy for the family. But when we think about when these women learn, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't have sex before marriage, or maybe, we need to be financially savvy in order to get upwardly mobile, since you're learning that in college or something. Or, because all of the rap songs idolize the college girl, if you listen to it too. They want us to they want us to heal before they get into relationships with them. We get into relationships with them, and deal with our baggage because we're all traumatized and bitter. All of the above, but they don't want us to actually put the things in place that would vet them. So if we were to say, you have to be an active, I'm a church person. So I need you to be somebody who I would serve with me. They would see that as too high an expectation, for example. And so that's what I was trying to communicate there. And it's just the vetting versus not eliminating anyone because you're leaning that gets me. Like vetting is an elimination exercise. Some people have to funnel out, but you're gonna tell me it's my fault, but then make it impossible for me to feel comfortable telling somebody no.
She left. I wanted to respond to that. My thing is, I don't believe people can actually vet to the extent you can, you should, because everyone should look at future and know. But having standard, and we talked about this the other day, and I think Cynthia G pointed this out, but like, to the extent vetting can't work, having standards can work. If you have your standards and your expectations of people and they're not, the minute they stop meeting them and you communicated to them that they're not meeting these boundaries and these standards and expectations, absolutely remove them. And this is why I don't give advice, because I say cut it off. And I say that now because I'm not going to get into that, but I now understand what that means. Prince Freddie and Amara.
Okay, shout out to Concern for the mic drop. She just got out of here. But I think we have to acknowledge the possibility that the men do not want to improve, because all of the manosphere channels that I used to watch have said something like this in some form, nearly verbatim on their channels. Just look at Hafiz and how he complains that the men aren't buying his suits. They're not watching his self-improvement videos. They're not becoming those high-value men that they complain about women wanting, even though that's the purpose of his channel in his own words. But they come in mass for the videos of them putting women in their place or teaching these women a lesson. These women are delusional or whatever. And Fresh and Fit has said that as well. Nobody watches their fitness videos. Nobody watches their financial advice. Not that the advice is good in the first place, because it seems like something you would pull off the first page of Google. But their audience, which is a majority of Black men, do not come for the self-improvement advice. They come to watch women get kicked out. And you can see that reflected in their video views. They are in this blame the women, their audience is in this blame the women for all the problems mentality, which is incel behavior. And their advice actually creates the problems that they complain about in the Black community. The way they try to teach men, because it develops from pickup artistry, it seems like they try to teach men how to manipulate their way into some sex, or how to have this harem of women, and men deserve multiple women, and men can cheat but women can't. You're creating these single mother households that you complain about. You're creating these women with high body counts that you complain about. You're creating these broken men that you complain about people don't care about. And the reason I think that is, I guess I'll say for another day, because I don't have that quite together. But the solution, I'm also not sure about. But I think a major part is that good Black men need to start taking action, putting out their own videos, making their own YouTube channels, giving out healthy advice to combat the toxic advice in the Black manosphere type red pill space. And then maybe we'll have a chance at changing something, because currently I don't know any positive Black YouTube content creators outside of Themis and Thoth, and maybe FD Signifier somebody told me about recently. So I literally only know 2 Black men who speak out about Black issues with accountability and not pointing the finger to Black women or welfare or the system. But the problem is, none of these so-called good Black men, who they come in your show and they come in your comments, and we even watched one of their suggested videos at the beginning of this live, they don't speak up and they don't do anything. Like, it's, to me, it's like when George Floyd was a thing, white people were telling me something like, when Tamir Rice, Breonna Taylor, all this was happening, not all cops are bad. And I was kept asking, where are the good cops? Are they just watching and not saying anything? Why aren't they doing anything? Why aren't they speaking out about police brutality? They are just quiet. And the only time I ever hear about good cops is when they come out to say not all cops are bad. They don't do anything except say not all cops are bad. And I parallel that to Black men. Even these so-called good Black men do not do anything. And the only time these good Black men speak up is when you're talking about bad men, so they can make sure they come up to hit you with the not all men are bad line.
And that the biggest problem facing Black women is not Black femicide. Dean, I'm definitely calling you out, just an FYI.
That's all I had, though. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Very well said. Amara.
Hello, how are you?
Very, very sick.
Oh
Um,
man.
wait, then you can't hear it. Good. I thought everyone could tell that I'm like,
No, I didn't know. Oh my gosh. I hope you
but
get
you can't
better.
hear it. You can't tell.
No, I can't tell.
All right, good, perfect. I'm not sick. I'm great.
Okay, perfect. Hopefully you get well soon though, for real. But the last guy said everything that I wanted to say. But I think black men don't understand that their healing is their own responsibility. I think that's always the hill that I die on, is that I don't think that black men are self-aware enough to be able to fix their situation or ours. Like, I saw you speaking to the girl, I can't remember her name before, Concern, I believe. And she was talking about how I can't remember exactly what she said, but dang, I lost my train of thought. Oh my gosh, it sucks. Hold on, I got this. Is all I wrote some stuff down. That's why I need. Okay, yeah. I just feel like black men don't have the urge control and the self awareness to be able to get the things done that they're supposed to get done. You know what I mean? You told the girl that you were speaking to about accountability, right? I mean, you told the girl that you were speaking to about the things that she was gonna do in her life, and she was like, "Oh, this is Beyonce's internet. This is Themis' internet, or whatever she was saying," and she took accountability for her situation. You know what I mean? I feel like you can't do that with black men. Uh, like, they don't have that switch where it could be like, oh, not all of y'all, obviously, there's some. But I feel like a lot of black men suffer from self-awareness and discernment, and like being able to choose good leaders or good people to follow. You know, there's just a lot of things that are going wrong, but I think that the people that are going to be able to help black men are black men, like the last guy said. That's the only people that can help them. They do not listen to black women. When we talk, it goes inside of one ear and out the other. Period. Like, it doesn't matter. Everything we say, we're stupid. Period. So the only people that can really help them are black men that are doing really well. But I feel like the black men who are doing really well have too much self-awareness to put themselves on that platform to kind of speak out about things, because the wiser you are, the less wise you feel. And so I feel like a lot of black men that are wise enough, they won't put themselves on the platform and be like, hey, this is what really needs to happen, because they don't believe that their views are correct as well.
Yeah, someone just said, messaged me, maybe if you were nicer to black men, they would come up and talk to you. Well, you must have missed part of the live where I said I don't care anymore.
Thank you. Like, it's about time, because you used to be very like, oh no, I don't want to. I'm so happy you know who you are now. Like,
yeah,
I'm so happy.
Like I don't know why you're messaging me on Instagram. Like, if you have something to say, you can come here and say it. If you don't, like, bye. Like, I don't have the time and or patience to be sitting around asking you to, like, please come tell me your perspective. You say we're bashing, come let me know why we're no, if you think we're bashing, you can talk. If you can't, then that's on you. Most of the time when you come up to tell us what we're bashing, you have no clue. So, like, I am doing you a favor by not asking you to come up. Let's just say that. CJ.
Hello.
Yes. But before you go, Amara, do you want to come on? Friday we're doing this beauty thing, but if you want to talk about your thing, I don't want to announce it before you. Let me know.
Okay, I'll let you know. I'm actually gonna text you right now.
Yeah, well, actually, call me tomorrow.
Okay, for sure.
All right.
Okay.
Bye. All right. What in the world?
Hey, Themis, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. I hope you feel better soon. I know you said that you're not feeling
No, this is
100%, so I
very
hope it's nothing
helpful.
serious.
No, hopefully not. And I'm not gonna get I need to go get a Rona shot to see it, not shot, but like test to see if that is it. But that would be the fourth time that I've caught it, so that's
Oh
not
my
great.
God.
Um, Go ahead. No, this has been
Um,
fun, by the way. This has been very uplifting for me. So go ahead. It's a good thing when I'm not like in the mode of like, I need black men to come on here and help me and prove me right and talk to me and be smart in their articulation of the issue. And not caring is a very good place to be right now. And I do mean I care about the community. What I don't care about is whether or not you decide in this moment to come on and talk to me. That's what I don't care about. Go ahead. What in the
Yep.
world?
In relation to that, I have a few points to make because I whether I wanted to or not, somehow I ended up down the rabbit hole of the manosphere, the gender wars, and all of that. I wasn't expecting to actually dive into it knowingly. I just stumbled upon it and it just sucked me in. But the one thing that I realized is there is no desire to change on the manosphere. It's a mechanism to justify their state as they are right now.
I can't.
That's
Can you hear
all it
me?
is.
Okay, good.
Wait. We can hear you, but what in the world is going?
I can't hear you. 1 second.
Continue. What in the world?
So their whole the whole series of everything that you hear from the manosphere side, it's a mechanism for them to justify where they are. There is no interest in changing. There is no interest in the community. There is no interest in improving. There is an interest in the facade of improvement, the perception of improvement, and their ego, and definitely access to women. Those are the three main focuses. It's not
Yeah.
about community. All the complaint is about absolving themselves of the responsibility, whether they created the problem or not. Assuming your responsibility to fix it shows that you're an elevated mental state, and they're not there. And there
Yeah.
is a saying where I come from: you can't wake somebody that's pretending to be asleep, because they're not asleep. They're doing it on purpose. So I think all this effort to um, expecting them to change, there's not a lot of them that are going to change. I think what you have to
Agreed.
take from, at least for your channel, what I would like you to focus on is it's empowering for women that have been dealing with a lot of the barrage of all the negativity that comes from the other side, but also the hope of reaching the few that could be inspired to get out of that are sort of like on the borderline before they dive, full deep into the manosphere, or as they're exiting to kind of get them, all the way crossed over to the sanity.
Yeah. And the thing
So
is,
I
like,
would I would like to focus on that because there are a lot of detractors. There are a lot of people, a lot of them that come on stage and just spin. Oh my God, they can spin till the end of time.
yeah,
The
I mean,
same thing, like going in circle, the same thing. Even when they admit that their logic, it does not make sense, they would just go back and say, but 50-50 responsibility, but the woman is to blame. Like, it does not matter because it's not about logic, it's not about reason, it's not justified in any way. It's about justifying their current state, because it's so it's so depressing to look at yourself in the mirror and realize that your group of men that you belong to is not doing what they're supposed to, that you're not doing what you're supposed to. For all the complaint that they make about what happened in the past, we were not in the past. We're just looking back. We're here today. Nobody wants to take responsibility for what they do today. Like,
and
I
even
mean,
to the extent that the
things are not
past,
happening in the vacuum. They're participating in the problem today, but they don't
yeah,
care.
I mean, even if the things that happened in the past, which I do agree that they affect the present, you still have to take accountability for that and change that, and change the way in which you interact with the world. And I feel like I don't want to say it's a scapegoat because it's not. There are real implications, but so much of the conversation is to reaffirm that you have something to blame and you don't have to take accountability and responsibility. And even if true, we cannot afford to do that
Yes,
for our
that's
children's sake.
exactly the point. There is merit to the impact of what happened in the past manifesting today.
Yeah.
Like, there is a legitimate connection there. There is a legitimate reason why the community is in the current state today, outside of what men and women do.
Yeah.
But the problem that I have is, okay, we are here today. This is the condition. How does complaining about the past, complaining about this, complaining about that, how does that change today? Nobody's actively doing anything to change. They're just talking. The only thing they care about from the gist of it is getting access to women, but not being accountable to what happens after that. That's it.
Yeah.
That is their world. That's the beginning of their world and the end of the world. That is their food. That is their oxygen. That is their water. That is their necessity. That's it. That's what sustains them. And as long as that is there, they don't care about the rest. You know, like, and for those men that want to believe that they're good or that may not be participating in that have not fully matured mentally, it's kind of hard to see yourself, a reflection of yourself in that environment, in that group, and pull yourself up and say, this is wrong. It's so difficult to see because you belong there. Like, you know, you're part of that group. Like, everybody talks in generality, and so they lump you in there, and it's so difficult to, like, it takes a lot of strength to separate yourself from that. You're always even for the ones that are not participating in it, they always go on the defense. It's kind of like a denial mechanism to
Very much so.
survive. And so on one hand, I feel sorry for them, but on the other hand, I mean, they're on the internet. This is white man society. Like, this is white society. All of this technology, all of the privileges of the United States of America and the West that we're participating in, and we're like talking about this on public forums. Like, I mean, this is most of these things are happening in front of the world. Anybody who wants to see them can see them, right? Who are they expecting? Like, these men, who are they expecting to come and fix it for them, if not them?
Someone
You know what I
said,
mean?
"Where's
Like,
the timer?"
who are they addressing their grievances to
I
exactly?
agree with you. Someone asked, "Where's the timer?" Oh, we're in the final stretch. So the time.
Anyways,
Yeah. No, no,
that's
you're
just, I
fine.
wanted to say, like, some people don't want to change, and if they don't want to change, they're not going to change. So don't be yourself about some of them that come here and just do nonsense. So
Oh yeah, no,
I'm glad you're
I'm
taking that position. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, when I come back from this illness, hopefully by Friday I'll be good. I will be laughing most of the time. I promise you, I'm going back to my jovial self because what I'm not about to do is have these people stress me out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm not gonna do.
You have high expectations from people because um you want them to succeed. You want them to be, you know, as a group, you want Black people to be operating on a higher level. And
Yeah,
unfortunately, a lot of people are not. So
I feel like we're about to get
don't,
into. Ah,
don't.
my God, he left. There was someone named Stan the Man. I feel like I've heard that name before, not sure where I heard it from. He was just in the back, but he decided to leave. All right, CJ, go ahead.
Thank you,
Hi,
Themis. I'm
Themis.
dropping off. I'm sorry. Thank
No,
you,
no, you're
Themis.
fine. Thank you so much. That was very insightful.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Themis. New subscriber. I've been watching you for months, and
Welcome.
I've been waiting for you to say something that I disagree with so far. That's usually how I decide if I'm going to subscribe or not. But you have not. You've impressed me, and I love that. I just wanted to bounce ideas and see if my way of thinking is correct. I completely agree with everything that mostly of what's been said. But as far as the topic being healing for Black men being their own responsibility, I think I'm going left when I say I feel that Black women themselves are the solution, even though we don't want to accept that responsibility. And hear me out.
Wait, the solution for themselves, right?
Yes. when I say that, I mean to say I've used myself as a case study for about 10 years now with my interaction of men of all cultures, all ethnic groups. And I
Before you continue, I absolutely adore your thumbnail thing.
thank you. I drew
Go
it.
ahead. All right.
It's pretty much the depiction of how I feel on the inside, but not what I look like on the outside. When I say that I feel that we as women can be the solution, and using myself as a case study against men that I've met culturally and ethnically, it sucks, but the standards and boundaries and expectations that we set literally push them in the direction of having to do what they need to do for themselves. It creates a wall that they cannot either dig under, climb over, or crash through. And it's very upsetting that mostly Black men know that there'll always be someone that they can turn to, that if they meet someone and they're like, no, I'm not going to do the work for you. No, I'm not your mom. No, you're not getting anything from me. They know that they can go somewhere else to get said support. So I think it really does just come down to a basic agreement that as a whole, we're not doing it. So we're just not doing it. We're tired. Our backs are broken. We're good. And seeing you in real time get frustrated on live was very entertaining but saddening, because listening to you, you give people the opportunity to be who they are as well as vent. But like the last caller said, having the expectations obviously puts you at your limit. So where you were just like, you know what? Thank you, but I can't. Yeah, so I say, and this is again anecdotal, and I know that's not statistic, but anecdotally, I've been with my fiance now for 4 years. 3 years. We just got engaged. Thank you.
Congrats. Wait, you heard me say congrats just now? Because I was muted.
I was reading your lips.
Period. Go ahead.
We just got engaged, but upon meeting him, it was so funny the way that I met him, because the first thing I said to myself before I met him, I had literally just gotten out of a divorce. I said, I'm not accepting less. I don't want anything less. And if you can't meet my list of requirements, you won't be in my space. And when I met him, he was like, okay, well, I'm not doing that. I said, okay, cool. Have a good day. 6 months later, he was right back like, okay, so how would I go about doing those requirements? And I was like, I'm not going to give you an instruction manual. You're going to have to go do the work for yourself. If you want me, come get me. And he was like, okay, cool. And in the meantime, of course, I had abundance of other men trying to be in his position. But I think
not an abundance of
an abundance. Because, and I think it's funny. I think it's really funny how men will get on Beyonce's internet and say, well, we don't want these type of women. We don't want a woman who's loud. We don't want a woman who's unfit. We don't want a woman. And in actuality, no, that's the exact woman you want, because you know that's the type of woman you need. And you are what was the word of the day? Aware. You are aware that you need that, but you don't want to admit to it. And I've had my fiance on numerous occasions admit to me he was denying his feelings for me because he knew it required him to do work. And to this day, we're still together. And he took it upon himself to go to therapy. I didn't tell him to go to therapy. I didn't tell him to fix the relationship with his father. I didn't tell him to pick up his stuff and move 6 states to be with me. He made those choices for himself. And in making those choices for himself, to this day, he comes to me and he treats me like the goddess that I am, because he understood that he had to do the work.
Not the goddess.
I'm a goddess.
Period. Period.
So,
and what about it?
Yeah, I think when it comes down to men and their healing, unfortunately, women stand on the pedestal that you were born on and tell them, if you're going to reach up, then get a rope, because I'm not pulling you up. I'm not pulling you up. I'm not.
Period. Get a rope, get a ladder, learn to climb, because I'm not coming down, and I'm not pulling. Period.
And it's and a lot of women, I think we've acted on this scarcity model for so long that when I say that, women are very much scared. They're like, well, I'm going to be alone. I'm going to be by myself. Do you see the greatness that women are existing in? I'm just saying, like, I would rather be on a boat shaking my ass perfectly alone than trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for 2 yacht tickets. I really would. I really would.
Period.
So yeah, I just think it sucks to have to say that, but it really women have your standards.
and have your binder full of them. Period.
There is nothing wrong with having a roster. I'm not saying you need to go out
Hit one
there.
with 20 something.
Right. And I know the conversation usually when it comes to relationships, I'm also talking about friendship intimacy. I have men now that I am very much best friends with, and I am simply their best friends because they know when it comes down to it, I will call them out in public, in front of everybody. You know you're wrong. That's messed up. Don't do that, especially not in my presence. And as much as men will be like, oh, well, I couldn't be around that. You can't be around that because you're not prepared to be a man. That is my opinion.
Period. And you're gonna stick beside it. Ain't
Exactly.
nobody gonna
And
tell you
it
different.
has elevated me this far. So obviously it is tried, tested, and proven correct.
And if it doesn't work with this one, which I hope it does, you have a roster.
I
Amen.
do. He understands that. And it's so funny. Women, truth and honesty, they might call it bashing, but it is nothing more than truth and honesty. He knows that at any point in time he drops the ball, I am prepared to pack up this bag and go to the next location. And it sucks, but that is what real men do. They are not afraid of competition. They are not afraid of building something, especially if they know that they have to. He puts blood, sweat, and money in me. He is not about to let that fall.
Not tears. He said blood, sweat, and money. Period. You nobody got time for tears.
Right. So yeah, I just
appreciate that. Thank
of
you.
course. Yes, sir. I hope men do come up here more. Prove me wrong. I want men to prove me wrong. I love to be proven wrong because it's an opportunity to learn. I hope that men step up and be like, okay, well, if you're saying this, then let me show you what I'm actually doing. Because I don't believe in words. I believe in absolute actions. You can tell me anything every day.
One caveat: don't tell them to come up here.
Don't be so
I
discouraged yet. You are the last string of hope when it comes to men supposedly having a safe
want to
space.
filter. No, I want to filter the men who come up because I'm tired of being embarrassed, and I think because I wasn't big enough that people weren't editing out the men and using them as examples of
But
why.
how are you embarrassed when you provided the
I
space?
Fortunately or unfortunately, I share identity. Um,
Mhm.
and I am proud. The funny thing is I'm actually really proud of being black. Like I love being black.
Right.
And I like the parts of the culture that I get to experience, obviously, and that I am a part of.
Mhm.
But it is embarrassing when conversations in different groups centering around blackness feels like um, these people don't think we're capable of more, and like how do we help the blacks? It's like, girl, we don't need your help. But then I look around and I'm like, all right, okay, I think we might, because these people are deciding not to do anything here.
See,
So I mean
I
that's
think that
frustrating.
okay, I can give you that one. It can be very frustrating, but I think also when it comes down to what the last caller said about us being their counterparts and their opposite, a help for a teammate is a help for a team, in all honesty. And if we over here pulling the wagon the whole entire time, if they decide, hey, can I get a little bit of help? I don't think it's wrong for them to ask for help. In all honesty, I think that would break down some egos if they were able to ask for help. I think a
Yeah.
lot of their healing is from insecurity, no self-esteem. Their egos are so big, but they can't realize that their egos are so big that they won't ask for help. So even if they did receive help, I think that would just be a benefit for us because maybe we wouldn't have to sweat so much.
Yeah, and help from each other, right? Like I extended. I'm not doing this anymore, so please don't do it. I extended an invite to send in your resume to me, and I would
Mhm.
edit it, and talk to you about it via Instagram to the extent that you wanted to talk one on one.
Mhm.
And women all sent this in. Like there were a ton of women. To be fair, it was a very small channel at the time, still is. There were no men. And then a couple days later, there are people who are on it who did not have jobs. And I was confused because if you don't have a job, are you working on the resume? And if you don't know how to do a resume, I extended the invite to help you with your resume and you didn't provide any. Anyway, I'm talking about two men specifically who have been around, but
Mm.
it is what it is. I'm exhausted, but I won't be for long. That much I'm sure. I know I'm not going to sit here and be detract, have people detract and all of
Right.
that foolishness. I can't. I don't have the time for it anymore. I'm tired. I don't see the hope.
You are the hope. If it makes you feel any better, you are the hope.
That does not make me feel better.
um,
um,
but but yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say that, and thank you for providing this platform that people can honestly come up, share thoughts, and if that sounded weird to say that women, yes, we are the solution, please rebut on that. Please put out your think piece because I would read it from top to bottom.
Yeah, agree. Actually, I do have some articles that I need to finish writing and post them on the blog. So, actually, you saying that reminded me. Have a good night, CJ. Please come back.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Bye. All right, Stan the man.
Hey, Thomas, how are you? How are you feeling?
I am good. How are you? We've
I'm not bad.
spoken
I'm not bad.
before.
I felt a little bit down when you said you're a little bit discouraged with men. I hope that's not the case. You, like I've told you many times, you help a lot of men to realize a lot of shit. So I don't think you should be discouraged. I agree with the last caller where she said she has standard. I have no problem with women having standard. I think men
But
need to have
before we
standard.
start, let's do this. Actually, let's do this in the after show, Stan. Thank you guys for coming. We're gonna go head into the after show now. I know I don't have to do this, but I want to. All right, go ahead, Stan.
Oh, sorry. No, I have no problem with the last caller when she said she has standard and everything. I think it's good for her that she has standard. I think men need to have standard also, and I think that if you meet a woman and you have those high standard and you think that she doesn't have what you want, then you have the right to basically not go in the relationship. So that woman before said she had high standard for her fiance, and he didn't go to there, and she said if you don't go there, I'm not going to be with you. She has that right, but I think we have to respect both standard of men and women. So I didn't agree when she said the man has a. I would have gone. I was going to ask the last caller, do you expect your fiance to have standard also for you? He has to have standard and you have to have standard, so you both basically work together to basically please each other on the relationship. It's not about just her, it's about both of you working together to have a great relationship, a great black and white,
I
black
mean, apparently,
relationship, black couple
she
relationship.
for them to have been together, she already met his standard.
Well, we don't know.
Well, I mean, if
We
you're
don't know
betraying,
because the
if
way
no, no,
she
no, 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 no,
sounded,
no, 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 no.
she said to him, "You got to do this."
Yeah,
And he said, "Oh, really? I don't want to know nothing about you." And then he came back 6 months and said, "Well, how do I come back to you to get this?" So no,
yeah. All right. So, are you saying men? Wait, are you saying he don't have standards? Because you don't know
some
that.
men don't. Some men don't. Some men just say, "Okay, I found somebody like this. I'm gonna go with this." Some men don't have standards and
All
everything.
right.
Like
So, I mean, what's the issue?
I think that I have no issue with what I said. I said I appreciate what she said. I just didn't agree that basically she didn't go like my fiance also has standard, and I basically had
Wait,
to
why would
work.
she's talking about her standard. She don't know his standard. Hopefully he has standards on his own, by himself, away from her. Fine. Hopefully she met his standards, but she's talking about her own standards. Like her standards have nothing to do with his standards.
Wait, wait, repeat that. You said her standard has nothing to do with his standard.
Yes, has nothing. They're completely independent of his standards.
Okay, so basically you're saying as a man you have the right to have standard, and it's for you to basically put the standard in front of a woman and say you either have those standard or you don't, and if you don't, I just leave you.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you with that, and I
I
do
don't
not
know.
agree. And I do not agree
Yeah,
when
I
she
don't
said.
understand. Wait, pause.
Go ahead.
Why? I don't understand why that's an issue. Like everyone hopefully have standards. If you don't, then that's a you problem.
Because a lot of, as a black man, I'm telling you, a lot of black men, we don't hear what you just said. I'm sorry. If you would tell to black men, a lot of black men, you have the right to have standard, a lot of black men would say,
All right,
really? Trust me, I know a
we're
lot
not
of
going to
black
be
men.
shouting back and forth.
Go ahead.
We're not shouting. please, I didn't hear a word you just said, and I
Okay,
intentionally didn't hear it because you're shouting, and I'm not
sorry,
shouting at
I'm
you.
not sorry to be
So
shouting.
go ahead. So
Uh,
you said a lot of black men what
a
now?
lot of black men what you just said is a very important thing. You just said that black men has the right to have standard, and to this, a lot of black men don't know that. A lot of black men, like she said, don't take responsibility and say, you think you're, let's say, a black man or have a high
Pause.
standard, or
Pause. Let me say, I do think a lot of black men don't have standards. I don't know if it's a lot, I don't care, right? But I think a lot of people don't have standards. And how you develop standard is by meeting certain personal expectation, right? So you can have a standard as a broke man who don't have a job, who don't have whatever, and you can say, I will only date a woman who is a multi-billionaire. That is an unrealistic standard, right? You agree with that?
I agree with you. Go ahead.
So when you're talking about men having standards, I am not saying men should not have standards. No one is saying you should not have standards. In fact, I've told men that their bodies are temples and they shouldn't be giving it away to every single woman. You should have standards about who you procreate with. They probably should most likely be your wife, hopefully, in a loving relationship. So everyone agrees that there should be standards. Go ahead.
I agree 100% what you're saying, and
I
that's
don't
why,
know why
like,
you're triggered then.
I'm not triggered, Thomas. I'm not triggered. I'm listening to what you're saying. I agree 100% what you're saying, but I'm telling you, a lot of black men need to hear that what you're just saying, that they need to have standards and everything, because a lot of black men do not believe that, do not
Uh,
have that thing and everything, and like she said,
a lot of black men have been articulated a ton of standards, actually. Are these men lying? Are they having these standards and are they just saying they have these standards but don't?
yeah, they're saying they're having their standard, but like you said, I believe in action. If you have those standard in there, and I see that I want a type of woman who's nice, who's this and that, and you're going out with somebody who's not nice, who's not treating you that, I'm sorry, your standard is nothing. You're basically lying to yourself. You're showing to me that you want this kind of woman and everything, and I'm looking at your wife or your girlfriend, and she's not that. She's not nice with you. She's not friendly. She's not corroborative. She's not this and that, and you accept it. Like when the last caller, you accepted to be with her, and you accepted that, so you have to take responsibility on that. Nobody put a gun into your head to
All right,
accept
wait
to
a
be.
minute. All right, wait, you're just rambling on sometimes.
Okay,
Like you
go
can
ahead.
make the point and stop. Um, do you part of why I do think black men should still have standard, by the way. Her standard meant he needed to get his mind right. Um, I think a lot of people think black men don't have standards, and I think part of the reason is because if you had like you can have standards all you want for people, but you have to have standards for yourself, right?
Right.
And I think a general principle is that as a community, we shouldn't, at least we should not want to be subjugated and
Right.
dominated economically. And so part of the problem, I think, is we have these things about standards regarding submission and all of that foolishness, right? But we don't have any political, social, or economic power. And so there is a weird sort of juxtaposition of, on one hand, yes, you should have standards, but on the other hand, it's very hard to accept you having standards when it comes to relationship, particularly around submission, if you don't have money, right? Because standards don't exist in a vacuum. You don't say, I want a woman who is soft, sweet, feminine, whatever, all of that stuff. You want that woman to submit to you and you want a traditional relationship. If that is a standard that you have, you need to meet some requirements to have set standards.
I agree.
All right. So when the average income of a community is less than 50K, it's unlikely that you can support a household as the sole person with an income. Therefore, a traditional relationship is unlikely. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, so go ahead.
No, I agree with what you're saying and everything. If you want to have that kind of woman with the traditional, there are certain requirements that you need to have. You need to be good financially, you need to be physically in shape, and I would say that get some knowledge and everything. That would be the three things I would say. Get some knowledge on yourself to know how to communicate with the woman properly. Those would be the three things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do agree with you about some men don't have standards because these men will talk about education doesn't matter. Like, for me to say that would imply that I don't have standards. So I agree with you. These men don't have standards.
Because like I said, when it comes to relationship, I agree. The last caller was a perfect call, but I wouldn't be able to be with somebody who's always not basically being my helpmate, and I always have to fight. I don't want that in my life. So if I don't want that in my life, I have the right to put that stand and say, you know what, I don't want that in my life. Okay, you don't want to have it in that life. Good. So you need to have
I
this,
mean,
this, this.
you really don't have to say it. Like, if you have standards, people don't meet the standards, walk away. Like, you really don't have to
A
say it.
lot of black men don't do that, Temis.
I don't care what a lot of black men do or don't do. What they should and should not do is more interesting to me. And if you have an opinion, if you have standards, boundaries, and expectation, quoting, then you walk away when it doesn't suit you. Like, you walk away when these people can't meet your standards.
I agree.
Yeah,
But
so like you don't have to say I don't why did you come on?
I came on and everything because I heard the last call of what she said and everything. I came on also because I heard that you were a little bit down with black men and everything. I was a little bit down when I heard that.
Well,
But did
we'll get
you?
to the little bit done with black men in a little. So I'm confused why you came on after the last caller talking about these men have to meet her standards. I don't know why you would.
Because I was a little bit. She put. I agree 100. I agree a lot of what she said, but well, you changed a little bit my mind when you basically said that what you said, and I have to rethink what you said. Her standard, he must have she must have fulfilled his standard. That's why he's accepting the relationship. So when you said that, I said, huh, maybe he's making a point with that.
Yeah. And if he doesn't have standards and if he had standards and she didn't meet it, that sounds like a him problem. I don't know why you would
Yeah,
be mad
it's a him
about it.
problem. It's not a her problem. I didn't say it's a
So
her. I
again,
just
why would you have come up for that? Like, I'm confused as to why you're like,
because
I'm
I
gonna
heard
go
I heard.
protect. It feels like you're saying, I'm gonna go protect my brother because she's talking about how he had to meet his standards and she definitely didn't say she met his. So I'm gonna go protect. Like, I don't understand why you came
No,
up. Like, I'm confused.
you made me think. I thought that the a relationship goes both ways. I would have loved her to say, you know what, I met this guy, I had standard and everything. He met them, but by the way, as a woman, I had to match his standard too because together we're a relationship and we're
Why would she
fiance
care
and we're
about his?
strong together
Why would she care about his standards?
because they're in a relationship together. Because a relationship is not just about her; it's about him too. It takes
Yeah,
two to
but so
tango.
you in the conversation where she's explaining her standards, you wanted her to explain his, and because of
No,
that,
no, no. I didn't want her to
because,
explain his. I
because
want.
of that,
I, go ahead.
because of that, you came up here. Like that doesn't make sense to me. Like, literally does make sense to me. Why you would come up here to defend someone who is in a relationship with a woman talking about how that person met her standard?
No, I didn't say that he didn't met her standard. You made me think that when you just said. I said I would have loved her to say, by the way, I had to work also to get him.
No,
So
I'm
both of
trying
them.
to look. I'm trying to get you to introspect a little bit on the fact that that shouldn't have mattered to you at all.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, you came up because you're like, oh, how dare her talk? Like, this is what I imagine is happening in your head, and I don't know. I'm not a mind reader, so I could be wrong. You were upset because you thought, how dare this woman talk about a man meeting her standard? What about that poor man? Does that man not have a standard? Like, girl, nobody care about that right now. If he
No,
had standards and she didn't meet his standards, it's up to him to move on.
And just by you saying that made me think that you're right. I didn't think that way when I came to the conversation. That's why I said, Timus made a point that if he didn't meet the standard, that's his fault, not her fault. So I'm like, he makes a point.
All right. Well, I feel like I shouldn't have to make that point. That's what I was saying, but I'll come back to you in 2 seconds. Men's standards are superficial and absolve them of the need to take mental, emotional evaluation of why they struggle and blame other group. Well, I mean, a lot of people just thank you, by the way. They say it with me now. Trick. They don't want black women to have anything. It's jealousy to be in the feminine position for me. It's the jealousy to be in the feminine position for me. Thank you, True Mystic. Timothy, you're changing minds. Not all. See, now I don't want to get into the second half of the conversation now, but you said you came up also because I was giving up. Let me be clear. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up generally. What I'm giving up on is the need to converse with men on here. If they come on, they come on. If they don't, they don't. I am not about to sit here and beg men to come on because I think they're using that as a weapon in the comment section and in the email to let me know that I need to be nicer if I wanted them to come on. Look, I'm doing it for your benefit. And I realize it's not a benefit to you when you come up because you don't actually say anything of substance. So it's like, wait, I can choose not to engage with you if you don't come up. And that would do us both a favor. Oh, great. We both win. So let me be clear. I thought I was helping you, and now I realize I wasn't. So I can help you by you being quiet down there in the chat. It's fine. Now, if you do too much, then I can call you up and then block you. But as a general matter, no. Continue. All right. You said not to give up.
Yeah,
I
you,
don't.
you are helping me. You are helping. I could talk about just myself, but you are helping me. I went. It's the third time I went to your show. The first time you made me think. I had to go back, listen to what you said, and it made me think. Like, he made some point. Then I came back to you, and I have no problem saying when you're right about something, and then I need to improve. I have no problem improving things. You just made a point about something that I didn't think about and everything, and you made me think. Those are conversations. You should not give up on men. There's a lot of men like me who listen to you, who respect what you have to say, and I don't think you should change your tone. If you cannot take the tone of somebody, that's you. That's on you. You're weak as a man. I'm sorry. If the truth is the truth, if you're able to tell me the truth, it's for me as a man to take it and not take it personally. It's nothing personal. It's the truth. Period.
All right. I appreciate that. Coming from you, I really do appreciate that.
So
Thank you. I like that we ended on that good note. And it's not just because of the compliment. I appreciate that. And I saw in real time you changed your, not your opinion, but you did acclimate. So I appreciate that. Um, if I'm not what a man is looking for, I move on, period. I mean, to be fair, they should move on. But yeah, mm, it save you a ton of heartache, I think. Themis is not feeling well. Why are you doing this? No, it's fine. It's fine. No, I'm enjoying the conversation. I would have been cut out already. Um,
can I ask you a question, Timus?
you can. Yep.
What are the stuff or the thing that you think us as black men we need to improve, so you feel that we need to improve?
I think, all right, let me do it broadly. I think we need to claim the space that we occupy unabashedly. And what I mean by that is when we go into the world, first, there are too many people who don't believe that their life mean anything. I don't think that's true. I think we all have our life all have meaning to the extent that we don't ever no one has life has meaning. I think if we look at life that way and we do take on the responsibility, like I think we should all walk around thinking the responsibility of the community is on my back. The children in the community belong to me, not just that they directly belong to me as if I'm their father, but I owe them something, right? And if we start from that very small, I mean, I guess that's a big jump. What that does, it puts a level of responsibility on us to be our best in every interaction, in everything that we do, because we have people counting on us, right? Even people who we don't see right away. When you do something like that, when you have that belief as like a basic framework, it is, in my opinion, almost impossible to act in a way that is counterproductive to the upliftment of the community. So the mindset should not be individualistic, right? The mindset should be, how am I a part of this community and how can I help? Not just claim for myself, but how can I help? And I think that's where you start. That if you can start there, and I believe that you can start there, then I can add the rest of it to you. How do you claim financial resources? And by the way, let me be clear. For the radicals in here, I'm not a proponent of overthrowing the system or anything like that. I'm not anti-capitalist, so I'm sorry if you all are. I am not. For Harriet and I had a complete disagreement with this, but I think it's hypocritical because she lives anyway. Not even going to go there. But I believe that we can not only survive but thrive in the system. And if we think about the community first, as men, I'm going to say because women have been doing this already, and we think about how our relationship to the community either helps or hurt the community, and we attempt to only help. Whatever we do, it is an attempt to only help the community. Then we can move forward. So that means going to school, finishing school, getting education, telling people what it means to actually be a father, why you shouldn't be running around sleeping with a random women and impregnating random women and lying about everything. Those are like the basics. And if we can get those down, then hopefully we can move to the next phase of movements. Like, what does it mean when random people, right? When people you don't know but share identity with come together purely based on, hey, I see you and I see our struggle and I see how other people are struggling. How can we get political change? How can we get political power? Not just political change, but like how can we accumulate political power, right? And redraw all this sort of lines around who gets to vote where, right? Um, I think ultimately we need to learn how to be more thoughtful. But I think the first part is thinking about the community, our relationship to the community, and what our actions will do to said community. If we can't do that, because a lot of people are saying we don't even have a community. And when women say that, I understand. When men say it, I have a problem with it because women have been carrying the community for forever. Now, Black men need to step in and help. That was long winded. So you get like two clarifying questions.
No, it was a good response to what I need to learn.
All
Um,
right.
do you
Well,
think do you think that black men and black women will go back to being a loving couple that we used to talk to each other like before, or do you think it's over and we will never go back to this?
that is a question for Black men. Black women, by and large, even with the atrocities that is happening where Black men are treating Black women poorly, Black women have continued to labor on the behalf of Black men. So the question you're asking is whether or not Black men will realize what they have in time before it's too late.
Okay. Okay.
I have a question for you. Do you believe the issue is with please be honest, with Black men or Black women?
No, I believe that I think it all goes back to responsibility. You're the leader. Who's the leader? Supposed to be the leader of a couple, which is supposed to be the man. You're basically the leader. And if you're the leader, the responsibility goes with it. So it goes first with the black man before the black woman. It's like goes back to what you just said. If you have standards and you think you're a leader, you have some stuff to you have some requirement before you even go to a relationship. You should be having a job or being financially good, being physically fit, and being able to be having knowledge. If you don't have that, you shouldn't even be talking about relationship. Period.
Yeah.
That's the basic. Once you
Yeah.
have that, those basic, then we could talk. But it goes first to black men. Once those black men, and it goes back to what you just believe. That's I think that's why a lot of men need to listen to what you just said. That you just said. You think it's nothing, but just you for saying that black men, you have the right to have standard, but standard comes with requirement. A lot of black men, and I'm telling you, I'm going to share this what you just said to a lot of men I know. They need to hear this and they need to believe it because a lot of black men do not believe what you just said and do not live with by what you just said.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming on. Let me add a 10-minute timer and it's good night. Truth
Thank
teller,
you. Please rest and everything. Be better and everything. And I really appreciate what you're doing. You're doing a great show, and I will listen again for next time. Thank you for taking my
thank
call.
you. Have a good night. I appreciate
You
that.
too. Thank you.
Bye. All right. Truth teller Melinda, go ahead. I brought
So me first or Melinda first?
Go ahead, truth teller.
Thank you so much for having me on. As I said, I caught the first half an hour, then I had to dip out, and then I've been back for the last 26 minutes. Um, I just wanted to respond directly to the question posed here. Black men's healing is our responsibility, or statement rather. It's not a question. Um, but I would say no. Their healing is upon themselves. Because Black women have been trying to support them towards this end, and we have failed miserably. Because as I've stated on the last live that we had, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink, right? One cannot be cured, and I think you mentioned it initially. You cannot treat an illness until it's first diagnosed, and one has to acknowledge and accept that there is an issue in order to
Truth
address
teller,
that
one
issue.
second, 1 second. The panel is now closed.
May I continue? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So one has to acknowledge you cannot change what you do not acknowledge. I'll repeat it again. You absolutely cannot change what you do not acknowledge. And therein lies the crux of the issue. As we continue and I watch and I listen, and it disturbs my soul, because it's like these men. I saw the bit of the video with that guy that's saying that oh, this is just how we are. It's just so ingrained. If you had like excuse after excuse after excuse, like there seems to be like this knee jerk like compulsion to reject any form of responsibility. And the irony is that acknowledgement of the problem is the way. You must look at your fears and face it in order to triumph over it. And that is where Black men have consistently failed, because if they actually believe what it is that he's saying, then they are actually acquiescing to the very racist view that white people have had of Black people, by and large, um, for so long. Do you know what I mean? And acquiescing to what they've utilized to justify our subjugation. And so they don't realize what it is that they're saying. And so what I've always been saying is that they are absolutely capable of correcting course here, but they're just unwilling to do the work that's necessary in order to do that. And Black women have been trying to get them to see the light, but it has not worked, because again, you cannot force somebody to accept the truth about themselves. They have to do that on their own accord. And that's really where it begins and where it ends. We cannot help them. They must decide to face the music themselves, period. And then
Period.
because we're very capable. I do not accept this foolishness that like we're incapable. I very much so believe that we're capable of achieving greatness, but not with that mindset. Not with that mindset that Black men have continued to perpetuate. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Black women have done it and are doing it. That's why we are advancing it by every metric, right? And they're still lagging behind, wallowing in the pigsty of like toxic masculinity, of like hypersexuality, of spreading their seed with every woman that gives themselves to them. Is like that's the only thing that they seem to be, you know, interested in doing, because it gives them a false sense of manhood. You understand?
Yeah. Question: high value men. Are you Prince Betty?
Oh, high famous. The high value man is like the nickname I had last time, so I thought it would be funny to
Oh, all
have
right,
the
all right.
nickname.
We'll come back to you. I'll come back
All
to you
right.
in a moment.
You know, I just one more thought I wanted to say, because it's like if we accept that, oh, this is just like, you know, because I think what the guy was trying to say in the video is that because they've seen so much degradation in the community that they're brought up in, it's somehow like ingrained in who they are, and it's so hard to fight against it. Then they're basically admitting that they have no agency and no power. And so then if we were to accept that premise as true, then they would actually be correct to say that if there's something wrong with you intrinsically, then you have no power to control it. But then that also strips them of their manhood as well, is the irony that they do not realize. So it's either one or the other. Either you have agency or you do not. Yet you pick one, but you can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. Realize what it is that you're saying. I don't think they understand what they're saying. You're
I mean, they don't
literally
like this woman, this man on not Kendra G. He was like, "Oh, I want a submissive woman who will let me lead." And then halfway through the conversation, he was like, "Yeah, and I want her to be able to take the wheels sometimes and pick me up when I'm."
exactly. It's double speak, and it's like I cannot what, and that's what it is. It's like you need to slow down and take a step back and realize exactly what it is that you're saying here. Like you are contradicting yourself even as you are speaking, and this is what it. It's really like embarrassing to watch and to witness this happening. Like you, it's ridiculous. The fact of the matter is this. Clearly, it is not something that is impossible. Difficult, yes, but not impossible to overcome, because Black women have done it and are doing it. But what I've observed is that it is very clear, and Cindy has said this all the time. It seems I hate to admit it, but clearly too many Black men are actually Black white supremacists, just like that Dave Chappelle skit. Like, where's that Black man that's like he's wearing like the hood, and everybody was surprised? Because from what I'm observing, it appears as if too many Black men want to be white men, but they don't understand what it takes to be in the positions of power that they are in. And the way in which, and you see it when Black men achieve a certain level of status and wealth and notoriety or what have you, the women that they choose, right? Like they are so disloyal. There is a plethora of beautiful, educated Black women out there to choose from. So when they give me this BS
wait,
about
wait, not true teller took all 10 minutes.
sorry, sorry. I'm sorry. I just had to like get this off my chest. Like y'all don't even like they just don't even realize what it is that they're doing and what they're perpetuating when they do this. You understand? And
Yeah.
sorry, one last thing. To Dr.
You said
Umar's
one
credit,
last thing 2 times
I know,
ago.
I know. But to Dr. Umar's credit, in his early days, or what have you, one thing that I did agree with him with is the black tax for like the Black men that leave and like marry out, such as a billionaire Byron Allen. I don't think he's married to a white woman right now. He's just dating one. And the cost for the Black community, from what I've seen, Black women have always been more committed to this concept of like community, and Black men haven't been. And so that's why now we are like, okay, we're going to put ourselves first, because it cannot be one-sided. Period.
Not period when the
Yeah.
timer ends and you took
Yes.
all.
Sorry.
No. I'll give each of them 3 minutes to sort of go back and forth. Melinda, go ahead. No, not you,
I see.
Lester.
Hey,
Let me just announce, pause. Let me announce this. I've been lenient today, obviously. The ultimate reason I'm doing this is for the panels, I could just do 2 minutes per person. I'm not doing that. I'm giving, when I put a panel together on here, when people come on together, I'm giving you guys as a group a certain amount of time, and you can decide if you want to let other people speak and all of that. It's on you guys. That's it. Go ahead, Melinda.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say too, I like most people, I love your show. And from the bottom of my heart, I do believe you really have a genuine care and concern for the Black community. I do. I can tell by how it bothers you when some people, especially when the men come in here and say some of the things that they say. But I wanted to also say this when we had talked about, I think we mentioned having Black men not having standards. I disagree. I think Black men are the only ones who have standards, because even if they don't, they are requiring things of Black women. And, you have to meet this, you have to do that, you have to build us up, you have to earn us. And Black women are also raised to not have those standards. So I think I kind of disagree. I think Black men are the ones who have standards, even if they are delusional. You can see it in their, who was it? Trick Daddy made that comment saying, if y'all don't do this, these other women will do this, and they can fry chicken now and stuff like that. So that's what I want to say. I believe Black men are the ones who would have the standards, and Black women are raised almost not to. That's it.
I don't disagree. What's his name
Okay.
didn't push back, so I didn't have to get there. But I actually believe the Black men have a lot of requirements. I'm not going to call them standards for Black women, and I don't actually think Black women have much standard. Black and men. That's it. Go ahead. I mean, I agree with you,
Oh, and
Melinda.
then, I'm sorry, and the guy who, oh, thank you. Well, and the gentleman who came up after the woman who said that she had some standards for this guy, I mean, he really softened in the end. I think he was really humble, and he, I think he's open to learning. But I could tell, less like most of the Black men who come on, it sounds like they're going cool and they're going steady, and then they go passive aggressive. So, I kind of felt like maybe he even thought that who is this woman to have standards for a Black man? I felt like it was kind of going there.
I mean, if I was into psychology, I
Yeah,
would want to
that's
get behind the psychology of why he came up in the first place. That's what I would want to answer. But to a larger point, the reason I don't think, unless there's a bunch of men doing this content and other men start watching and or like they start watching this content over and over and over and over again, it's like Fox News. It's going to, or CNN, it's going to warp the view of the people watching. And because there's not enough content like this, at least not that men consume, the likelihood of change is very slim. Because you have to be exposed continuously, and even though I try to make 8-hour stream, it's not going to do it. I'm up against it's too big a machine right now. High value man, go on.
Oh, hi, Themis. Thank you for letting me have a say at the discussion. I was listening, and first of all, I want to commend you for your patience and your sanctity, because honestly, I don't know where you get it from, but I thought I was a patient person until I met you. And also, I want to sue you because I've never felt so embarrassed. It's so embarrassing to see people come on. They have nothing to say. They're not making sense. I mean, honestly, like, we have to do the work. Like, I don't know how many panels we need. Like, we are insecure and we are so lost and we don't know what to do. And I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if the purpose of this is it a question? Is it a call to answer? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, okay, is it like, do I have to become as successful as possible and then buy up the neighborhoods and whatnot? Or is it something more collective that has to happen from the beginning? It's difficult, because
You want to know
again,
something? This is not the answer, but like gay, straight, bi, whatever.
yeah,
If you're bi, please come out and let your partner know. But I feel like Black women aren't asking for a lot. It's just
yeah,
like
absolutely.
care, like that. It's like, can you just care about me? Don't drag me publicly. Well, don't drag me at all, actually.
Hmm.
And it feels like the bar is so low that like meeting these expectations seems odd. Like all of my female friends, have came to me and said it's hard to date because of how you treat me.
Yeah.
And now I expect that from people that I date, and it's kind of odd. And I was like, wait, I understand it's not finishing school as a general matter here, but like one would expect that men would operate this way just as a general matter. And I feel like the bar is really low and people aren't even meeting those. Like literally don't speak poorly about me and don't and care about me. Like what would you do to someone that you care about, not even on a sexual level, just care.
Hmm.
um and I feel like we can't even do that. Continue.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Um we haven't been raised to care about the community. It's
Yeah.
always individualistic. It's all. I mean, I don't know if you believe in, maybe not generational curses, but I believe in generational patterns. And I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Dr. Joy DeGruy. What is it called? A post-traumatic slave syndrome. Yeah, of course. You are well read. I'm not a well read person, so who am I asking? Um, we're still playing out most of what was decided back then, and I don't know. I do believe personally, because I believe that masculine energy has different attributes versus feminine energy. I believe that there's a part of masculine energy that is self-destructive too. Women have the ability to regenerate. Think about their reproductive system. They are born with a certain number of eggs. They have to maximize their resources. They have to restructure and use their resources in a responsible way, as opposed to men that are able to just engender as many children as possible, and then they deplete their energy as fast, and it's not focused. And I don't know. I don't know where to start, and I'm asking myself, okay, what went wrong? When did it start? Like, what was the beginning? Because obviously it started before slavery. Is, well, what they call slavery. I don't like that word, but it started before that. I believe black men used to go to Europe, and I mean, we started messing up a long time ago. So
That part.
it's like, where do we start? That's the question. Obviously one person cannot do everything. We have to come together. And I think Oprah said, like, a, a lot a long
Not
time ago, that
Oprah.
there's a lot of racist racist old people that just have to die off, and, like, let them die with old age. I think there's a lot of black men that are beyond, there's nothing you can
Yeah, but
do.
they've
You just,
taught their children.
Wait,
yeah,
that's
that's
not.
the thing. And when does healing comes, and where does it start? That's an inch. I don't know where, if there's people that are not meant to heal, and that's their journey. And let's just focus on the people who want to build. But I don't even know how to build, because earlier you were talking about, I think the guy before me asked you, how do what was the question? I heard you propose solutions, like maximize our potential or something. But again, within the system, right, there's only so far we can go, because at the end of the day, we are a dominated people. We are living in white people's, systems, and we don't have the gold code. We don't have the nuclear sequences, like. And I think on the back of our minds, every black man knows that, okay, we are subjugated, and literally, like, the president of the United States has the nuclear sequences. He can literally decide to push a button and he can destroy the entire planet. This is the world in which we live, you know.
But can a black man rise to that power?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have that answer.
The answer is yes. The reason the answer is yes is even if the system is made to reject it, like the Matrix, right? The movie The Matrix.
Yeah.
At the
I
end,
just watched it for the first time in December. I
but
watched
it's
all of
fine,
them.
it's gonna make sense regardless. They allowed for a glitch in the system, even well, let me not go that deep, but the glitch in the system that is the one is actually a part of
The system, yeah.
of the system, right? So for a system to work and for it to not be overthrown, even if not real, they have to have at least the illusion of
Of freedom.
yeah, and equality and fairness to some extent, right? If that's only an illusion, we can talk about that in a moment. But if it is not, and what happened is we've been beaten so much that we see the door, right? And we don't want to go through the door because we fear that we might be beaten again, right? And
Yeah.
prevented from going through. So now we have learned helplessness. We have learned
Yes.
to be helpless and we've chosen not
And
to go through the door.
and oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If that is the reality, then if we get up and try to go through the door, then nothing will stop us, right? But if the opposite, where it is all a mirage, right? Then the question is it based on race completely? Or is there something about the haves and the have nots that's happening here? And I
Yeah.
actually believe that's like racism is a huge problem, but
Yes.
racism not just being a problem, it is a tool, not just based on everything that I've come put together. It is a tool that is being used not just to keep black people in their place, but to keep poor whites in their place, thinking they're better than someone else,
Yeah.
right?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
If this is the truth, what it's predicated on is that the system requires a certain amount of people at the bottom. It actually requires most people to be at the bottom. If that is the case, again, I keep saying if that is the case, then upward mobility, because it's not going to be 14% of the population, it's going to wish it black, right? It's going to be less, right? We're going to have to cut it in half, like at least, at most half, right? So let's say 7% of the population moves up. That does not disrupt the system, not in a meaningful way, right? And that's what needs to happen if you want to maintain the system. The system is not going to implode if we move up unless it is requiring us to be at the bottom. And by requiring, it means black people need to be at the bottom.
Can I say
Yeah,
this?
but I'm
Wait,
sorry, go ahead.
before you go, truth teller, go ahead. High value.
I was gonna say, but what about Tulsa, Oklahoma, though? That's
No, that's what I'm
that
saying. That would be part of the training. If we're talking again about the beating you down, beating you down, beating you down, are we saying, all right?
No, because my point is this. The point I'm making is okay.
No. Wait. What I'm saying is, even if that is true, that they not even if that is true. Let's rephrase.
Okay.
If the door being open and unguarded, and all you need to do is walk through, if that is true, then Tulsa, Oklahoma was part of the acculturation process to prevent you from thinking you can walk through the door. So if in the back of your mind you're saying, I can't do this because they're going to stop me, then there is success in the idea that Black Wall Street meant you shouldn't try. Now, I will say, if you're unwilling to protect that which you've built, you probably shouldn't be building anything.
Yeah.
That part.
True. Yeah.
Go ahead, truth teller.
No, go ahead, truth teller.
Thank you. Well, what I was going to say is two things with regard to the Tulsa,
Oklahoma thing. Apparently, there were several Tulsas
Yeah, that was
that
just
also
one.
got, yeah, just one that also got destroyed. But again, to Themis's point, this is a thing that black men, the point that black men have to come to. You must have a resolve
Mm-hmm.
of who you want to be. And you must decide in your mind that you are prepared to do whatever it takes in order to become who you perceive yourself to be. And that's the question that lies with black men. Who are you? You like to call yourselves kings, but you do not have a kingdom. You can attain a kingdom per se if that's what you're looking to do, but understand that in order to be a king, it takes sacrifice. And are you prepared to make the sacrifices necessary in order to gain said kingdom? Now, that's one aspect. And I understand the fear. The fear is logical, but courage comes in where you acknowledge the fear and you proceed anyway. So what black men lack is courage
Yeah.
and the definiteness of like purpose and a will to persist in spite of the potential what is it? The potential challenges that lies ahead, right?
Mm-hmm.
I also wanted to say with regard to
Wait,
your point.
before you continue, I need to underscore that I, if you don't want to be, not you, and by the way, I do think but high value is high value man is
My
a
name is
decent
Sava,
person.
by the way. Sorry. That
Huh?
was just a joke. Sava. Sava.
Saba,
Yeah.
I was gonna assume you were South African. I don't know why.
No, I'm Gabonese. Gabonese. I don't know if you've
What's
never
that?
heard of my country, probably.
What's the name of your country? What's the name of your...
Gabon. Gabon.
I was gonna say Gabon. I was gonna say Gabon.
You were gonna say Gabon.
I
Wow.
was. I actually was. I
I'm
went
impressed.
to university in Canada, and I was introduced to people on the continent. I was part of the the Black Students Association.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, so I got to know a lot about continental African.
Oh my God.
So
Thank you.
yeah, yeah,
The
it's
protect,
kind of cool.
Yeah.
the protection bit is super important, I think. And I don't, if
Yeah.
if not you, but if people are afraid that what they build will be confiscated, taken, destroyed, then build with the intent to protect it. Um, and that's kind of like where it is. I do hope that with the advent of social media and just globalization generally, a move to sort of destroy Black improvement economically would not be taken well on the world stage, but that's looking for sympathy from people outside. And I do
Mm-hmm.
think you need to be able to protect. I mean, America is very pro Second Amendment. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
And the reason why I have some is because I come from of course I'm a continental African. I've lived in Black governance and I've seen it, and I don't know if it's self-hatred, but the way that Black men govern, like the way how the corruption, I don't know if I think it's linked to the modern economic system, capitalism. I don't think it's a long-term solution for the world, but
I
corruption,
mean, I
like,
don't think,
and I
yeah.
always say this, like, if you're gonna steal, right, at least steal a little bit. They steal everything, like literally they're not even building. At least what there's corruption everywhere in the world. There's corruption here in America. I've seen it,
Yep,
like
yep.
the whole Republican versus Democrat. It's the same people. Look at the bipartisanship, right? What are the laws that they agree on the most and the quickest when it comes to war, when it comes to big pharma? But corruption in Africa is just at another level. Like they take everything; they don't leave nothing for the majority of
Uh,
the people. It's so irresponsible, and that's why I'm like, okay, what does it look like? Because I know, and I know that like the world powers, like France and everything, they're against us still, and we are still dominated. We're still under the system, but still, like why are we so greedy? Why are we so
here
hate it?
Here's one thing. Actually, I was having this conversation at work with non-black people, but they were still minorities, Indian people actually, in regard to the whole like race, political culture, racism, the whole thing. Funnily enough, this conversation just broke out, and the girl actually made a pretty insightful point, which is to say that because I was wondering the same thing because I said, listen, no one can tell me that like because oftentimes white people in order to like diminish like black people they say well uh look at Africa. Like nothing is going on over there. Like the dysfunctional government, the corruption, they bring all that up as a counterpoint to like, you know, legitimize that maybe colonization was a good thing for them or what have you. And I was like, look, you can't. I don't buy that argument because firstly, a lot of these nations have only been independent for less than 100 years. Since
Independent.
independent, yeah, quote unquote, because they've still instilled like puppet governments. Anyways, there's a whole lot of stuff behind that anyway. But even with that being said, one of the reasons why it would appear is because of is selfishness. Because
Mhm.
if the black leaders in their minds still believe that they're unable to overcome the European powers that once colonized them, then at least from their point of view, it is much better to protect themselves and their family and make sure that they're good as opposed to the greater good of the people. So again, it comes back to making that choice, that sacrificial choice to choose people over individual, you know, what is it like self preservation, which is a difficult choice to make, I will admit, but that's what Martin Luther King did. That's what Malcolm X did in
I
order to push
mean,
forward.
Mhm.
Partly, I
And
mean, I know we know
the
I've been
reason
finding
why,
out the corrupt stuff behind there, but I
yeah,
mean, still, both of them died.
and
Both of them
truth
yeah,
gave,
well,
truth
no, no,
teller,
no. I'm obsessed with Malcolm X. Just an FYI.
and listen, I'm not trying to say that necessarily because okay, here's one thing I wanted to mention, and please like bear with me here because this
Wait,
is
no, no,
some
no. We ran out of time.
no, 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 no. Or maybe we can do this another
No,
day. But I
no,
really
no,
wanted to address the whole thing of like under domination thing because I feel like is that not a disservice of perceiving it in that way? You know what I mean? In terms of like because again, I feel like that is really the crux of the
Mhm.
issue is like the
Yeah,
mental like slavery. Like I don't perceive myself as
exactly.
being dominated at all.
Yeah,
yeah.
You understand what I'm
and
saying?
also that's a good
Wait,
point.
no,
Oh,
no, no,
sorry.
no, 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 no.
we
We're done.
we need to pick back up on this because I have like a more expanded thought about that. I
Yeah,
really do.
we can, and we can do it. But I did set a timer for myself that I
Okay.
will not go
Okay.
over 5 hours,
Okay. Okay.
and we're at 4 hours and 55 minutes. So
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
cutting off. I have to be a hard cutoff.
Okay. Fair
So
enough.
thank you guys. I will announcement again. When it comes to the timer, there will be exceptions made, right? I'm telling you that
Okay.
upfront.
Okay.
I will let you know when the exception is made, probably before the timer starts.
Okay.
For each group of people who are on, I will give you a time, and at the end of the time, everyone on the screen will be removed, and then new people will be added. Um, Someone said, has Truth Teller considered having a channel? Hopefully, she will. So, Truth Teller, have you considered yes or no?
I actually have. I
Yes
have.
or no?
Please do.
Yes.
Please do.
Yes. Yes.
I'm
But
kidding.
I don't want to like it though, because I got come hard, hard, hard,
Yeah.
and mash up the whole situation. That's why I've been praying on it.
Yeah, so I will keep myself on schedule and thank you all. It is 11 o'clock, almost 11 o'clock on a Tuesday. It's time for us to go prepare for work tomorrow.
Okay. Yes. Please prepare
Bye.
yourself. Have a good night's rest.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Blessings. Bye.
Thank you, Themis.
Thank you. Thank you
Bye.
both.